Right, okay, sorry, you can hear me now. Right, okay. So, we are... that was embarrassing. Right, I was on mute. Right, I think it's more kind of like, when you actually look at this, what I kind of want to happen is for you to make any upgrades, you have to spend Rumple tokens, right? And I want to have a button maybe around here that is that just simply says upgrade, right? And there's going to be a fixed number of upgrades that you can make, and I think, yeah, and that will be like the first. And so we'll have to come up with an idea as to what each upgrade can do. But yeah, okay, all right. That is what we're going to work on first. So I kind of want a button that looks a bit like this, maybe a bit smaller, where it just has it just says upgrade, and like I want it to be sort of greyed out when you don't have enough Rumple tokens. So I want it to be exciting, to be like, oh, I've got enough to upgrade. What happens? And then you click it. So yeah, this is why we actually do streaming, because it's so good to actually kind of like look at it and actually talk it out loud. So I think what I'm going to do first is I want to have an upgrade button, and that will use the Rumple tokens that we've built up, that we've accumulated. So if we go into our folder over here somewhere, and you're going to see me doing a little bit of artwork. This whole upgrade concept has only just come into my head now. That's quite a little bit trickier. But I think if I open this one up, and I'm going to go Control-Shift-S, and I'm going to save it as something else. So buttons. Yeah, on the title, we're going to have upgrade button. That's fine. Okay, so we'll call this upgrade buttons. Right, let's rock. Okay, so we kind of want to look at everything that we kind of want from all these sprites. So these are good sprites, but we can just delete everything that we don't need. So how do we actually want to make it look? So let's have a look. So I think I want the upgrade button to be about this big, and we want to have maybe the upgrade text at the bottom, and then there's going to be space at the top to say how much the upgrade is going to cost, or maybe it should just be in the middle. I think let's work with it. So essentially, all we really need is yeah, we don't need any of these sprites at all. That's why it's quite nice just to save and then just be like, this is what we're working with, and it looks like. Oh, I see. Okay, so I've made it a little bit awkward on myself because if I get rid of everything, one entire layer is both this and the triangle, which makes life a little bit awkward, but that's not the end of the world. And let me go over here. Aha, that makes... Right, so let's just see what is on each layer. One... Okay. Yeah, I can definitely work with that. So we want, instead of that, we've got a whole layer here. I want the, let's go get the under thing as well. That's fine. Yeah. So now what we're going to do, we're going to have text that's just going to be called upgrade. Now, for continuity, I kind of want to, that's obviously a bit small, file, open recent. I actually do want to open this one because I always I just want to check. So I've got I've got a capital letter then lowercase. I just want to remain consistent. So T upgrade. I think about 100 might be too big, but there's not really an easy way of telling apart from trial and error. No, I think that's okay. So we want that about there. Okay. And I want to kind of like still keep this colour. So what I should have done actually, if I go, so I'm going to hold Alt and then click this. So I've got this colour here, and then go press T for text, upgrade, okay, because I want it to be this colour. Right. So one thing that is also going to be a bit of a tricky challenge, which I'm going to work out at some point, is because the amount that you need to upgrade your town is going to cost like more and more as you progress, because you're making more. I will have to have a separate text here that I'm going to have to attach, and so whenever the button actually goes down, it's going to be quite hard to go down with the animation. But we'll cross that bridge. That'll be fine. That'll be a fun bridge to cross. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get this black. So I've got there, and if I press Shift O, I'm going to click on this bad boy here. Right. What that does is it actually outlines all of there, and we're going to do that a few more times. So Shift O again. That didn't work. Oh, hold on. I know the problem. It's because it needs to be on the outside. That's fine. So Shift O, and Shift O, and does that look? Is that hitting you in the face enough? Is that all right? Okay. So what we kind of need to do now, we need to actually kind of place it, because I want to kind of keep the same theme of button that I have with this. So that's what we're sort of working on. So how many pixels is this going down each time? So that's 1. So we've actually it's probably easier just to remember all the numbers, and I might just write them down. So let me just go. Oh, actually, here I'm going to be very clever, right? This is a clever yet lazy method. Yeah, don't worry, you'll be impressed. You'll be impressed. It's good. Okay, so we're at number 1 here. I'm going to put a line. I'm going to get a white dot that we're just going to put, yeah, or maybe a white line there. Okay. All right. Now we're going to move over. I'm going to press Alt D so it copies that white line, and then I'm just going to move that down there. Alt D. I'm going to move it there. Why am I doing all this? Don't worry. You wait. It will make sense soon. Yeah, so part of using Asseprite is involves essentially learning shortcuts or methods to making things good. So I want to make sure that when the upgrade is going up and down in the sort of idle button animation, it's going up and down roughly at the same like height and rate as this triangle would do. So Alt D, Alt D. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so now we've got this. So what I can do now, right? Now this, yeah, you'll be amazed. This will be really cool. So let me go get this one. I think that leaves enough space. Yeah, we can move the whole thing up if we need to. But right now I'm going to do something really, really clever. So I'm at this point here, and I'm highlighting all of these, and I'm going to press this. All right. Now this means that I can move whatever's on this image. Now I'm going to move this to... there. Okay. Why have I done that? Because now... we've got that white to give us an idea as to how much we want to drop it each time. So I'm going to press now Alt D, and then I can just highlight this whole upgrade thing and just lower it down so that it lines up with that white bit. So that is Alt D, Alt D. Now, like I say, it might go a little bit It might go at the bottom of the button. No, I think it should be fine. So I'm just moving it down so that it's in line with that white bit. And okay, right. So where are we up to yet? Yeah, right. So now, even though there's probably a yeah, oh yeah, no worries. Like at the moment, I have kind of come up with a constructive idea as to what I'm going to do sort of next. And as I've done it, normally I do all my art outside of streaming. But like I'm going to do, yeah, it's going to, at the moment I'm just working on like making something in the, in AssetBright. But then I'm going to actually work on spending the Rumple tokens. But yeah, anyway, how are you doing, KOT fan? It's good to hear from you, man. Right, so I'm gonna. Gee, this one might take us just a little while because I need to. I still want to keep that sort of colour of all these, of this triangle. So there's probably an easier way of doing this. In fact, there is. I don't know which way is quicker, but I think this one just won't take me too long. So I'm just going to quickly fill all these out. Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah. I tell you, yeah. Tell me about it. It's like, yeah, it's pretty bad. Out of interest, I can't remember. This is just me being nosy. Are you having as big a problem when it comes to heating in general and cold as as we are in the UK? Because it is kind of horrible over here. Because it's like the heating's so expensive that we're having to kind of use it at very opportune moments. Hence why I've got a jacket on and several layers of several socks. Yeah. Oh right. I mean, because technically our government is helping, but it's not really by as much as as we'd like. But well done for getting Christmas sorted as early as you have. I mean, like, to me, that's this is like, you know, that's one of those where I'm thinking like, whoa, I've still got like what 14 days. I can just worry about the last couple of days. It's no problem. Right. So if I do that, let's just do a very quick look as to what that is kind of like. Oh yeah, I needed to. Yeah, in fact, let me. So, I've got a bit of an interesting idea here. I'm going to cover all these bits in. And let's just, if I kind of press F2 here, then I can just have a little loop as to see what that looks like. That's kind of okay. But what we're looking to do next is, and now this is a little technique that I've learned, and I don't know if they were intending for us to do this. But if I hold Alt, right, and just select an empty place, then the colour that's on my palette at the moment is essentially an empty colour, right? Now, if I press Shift-O inside, then it kind of gets rid of a little layer. So I'm going to do that there, and then I'm going to do Shift-O, Shift-O, there, and then Shift-O, 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 and we'll probably need to get rid of those bits there, and then I think this might just get rid of it altogether. No, that's fine. So I just need to get rid of these black lines, but essentially I'm looking for it to kind of like, if we actually have this as a tag properties ping pong, okay, then it should hopefully kind of look a little bit, that kind of looks okay. You can see kind of where I'm going with. Yes. Oh, I tell you what. Yeah, like kind of. It's like, don't mean to get political, but don't worry. If you're already really rich, you are properly already covered. It's like, yeah. All right. So now I just need to work out a good diplomatic way of getting rid of all of this. Oh, hang on a sec. I think I'm working around it the wrong way. So that's okay. If I go W, I'll have to actually get rid of all of this as well. Okay, it's not quite as easy as I thought. But all I really need to do now is make sure I've got black and then go Shift O, Shift O. Oh no, hold on. Cancel, Control Z. Shift O, but we want it on the outside. Okay, Shift O. Shift O. Because I'm looking to sort of thin it out a bit. I think I can do one more. Yeah, and then here we're just gonna get rid of all this. There's definitely, this probably isn't the quickest way, but I feel I started this method, so I'm just gonna go like this. In Germany, there's been a strong focus on reducing energy, and a lot of public stuff is turned off at night. But we have a bigger problem of even yes, that is a really good point as well. It's like it's you know, kind of like when you're kind of in that sort of moment, like when you're younger and you're thinking, well, if we don't do something now, you know, there's going to be a problem in the future. We're in the future now. We're in the time where it's like, this is why we didn't, you know, we should have dealt with this sooner, sort of problems. Right, that's 4, so I need 3 layers. Shift O, 1, 2, and 3. And in fact, let me go get rid of... Hold on. I'm making this a lot more complicated. So Control... actually, no, I may as well stick with this now. So W... So get that selected. 1 and 2 there. And then Shift O. Okay, right, so let's have a little look at that and then see how well we're doing. Because that looks okay, doesn't it? I'm leaving a space at the top for you know, so that people know how much like Rumple tokens it costs. And I don't know whether I should actually have a Rumple token here as well, or we can just put it on the text. I think I leave it. I think I leave it. And do I actually want to have? I'm sort of thinking out loud if I want to have a... if we look at this, I've got a sort of border that it goes down on, and does that look better? Do you reckon I should just do something like that? Maybe. What would be the easiest way of doing that? Let's have a look. There's lots of different ways that I can use, so I'm going to actually create a new layer here. We're going to... copy this, Control C, and from about here, I'm going to Control V. Okay, so Control Z. So I do have a plan, even though it doesn't look like I've got a plan. This hopefully will work out quite nicely. That's roughly where we want it to be. So I'm going to go Control X, Control V, Control V. Yeah. And now we just need to essentially duplicate each one so it kind of goes up a bit. So there's probably a nice, nimble, easy way of doing this. But Control CV, it's fine. Control V. So hopefully this will look quite nice at the end. So we're just looking to kind of fill it up. And then we're actually going to start making the shop, which I'm still pondering exactly how I'm going to do it. Because I do like the idea that you get upgrades. So they're not necessarily going to be permanent upgrades to your town. And I do want that sort of mystery. So, you know that your focus, you want to get a certain number of Rumple tokens for your next upgrade. But it's not going to be super obvious as to what you're getting next. Okay, so let's have a little look at that, see what that looks like. Okay, oh no, hold on, something's wrong. Yep, I see where I see where I've gone wrong there. I forgot this one. Okay, Control V. Right, how's that? Okay. Right. Okay. So that's good. I'm going to just save that there. We're going to work out where we're going to go next. Because I kind of want there to be a green, as if like, yes, it's ready to upgrade. But then I want a like red, so just to let you know you don't have enough. So like maybe just I should just have, it should still be green, but I should have just a sort of cross over the top or something. Yeah. So that looks good. So I'm happy with that. I'm going to press Alt-N just to duplicate that one. And then we go back here. And then we'll worry about how we're going to make the button go down in a little bit. But for the time being, I'm just going to work on just a green, a red sort of cross to go through. So if we have a new layer, yeah, this is so people know that you can't buy it because you don't have enough. Right. Kind of just for my own OCD, I just kind of want to just make a bit of space there. That's fine. Right. Now if I just work on, I'm just going to see if I can create a nice looking red cross that doesn't look too, so something like that. Actually I need some sort of reference as to how big it needs to be. Probably a little bit bigger. Like I say, normally I feel bad because I normally do sort of programming, because programming is definitely my favourite bit, but I realise for me to progress I actually do need to make an upgrade button. Control CV. Is that big enough? I think that should be okay. So now we're going to get the connective lines. About there. And it's quite nice with Assaprite, if you're holding shift, it gives you very specific lines. Yeah, in very specific angles. Instead of it being anywhere, you can just hold shift and it's like, yep, exactly 45 degrees, perfect. Or 270, whatever, yeah. Right, okay. So now we just want to kind of, let's go make this round, make it a bit easier on ourselves. And I don't know if you've noticed, with a lot of my artwork, I always like there to be a border around everything. It's more of a sort of... it's more, you know, I just quite like having a border. So once we've done one bar, I'm just going to copy and paste it and then shift the H, and it should look okay. So what is the easiest way of us doing this? What's the laziest way? We're going with it. We're going with ultimate lazy, but I think this will look pretty good as well. So the plan is I'm going to press Shift O here. Oh, hold on. Control Z. Cancel. What is... Oh. Ah, that's really annoying. That is really annoying. Okay. So I accidentally... Shift O. Okay, I've got a better idea. We're going to press W here to Control X, and then we're going to delete this, and then we're just going to copy it and paste. So hopefully now I can go Shift O. Yeah, that works. Okay, so outside. Okay. So my general plan is we're going to have a layer where it's red on the outside and it gets slightly less red as it goes further in. And then we're just going to delete the outer layer. Oh, it's one thing that's always quite annoying. Control Z. And we'll see what this looks like. I'm not like... I think that should be fine. G. Okay, that's good. And now we're just going to get rid of these outer layers. Like I say, there's probably a better method to doing this, but that looks okay, doesn't it? So what we're going to do now is have... I'm going to highlight this. I'm going to select all of this here. Alright, and then press Control CV. So I'm copied and pasted it. And if I press Shift H now, we get something like that. So all I need to do is just kind of try and smooth all this out a bit, which probably shouldn't be too hard, but let's see. So yeah, we're just trying to... I know I'm doing quite a lot. This is just on the off chance that you don't have... if I actually up this by 1, this will make life a lot easier. Okay. So that's good. And then... Right. Now, there is a way of me just copying this this particular bit and rotating it, which is probably what I'm going to do. B... Now we can actually sprite rotate. Oh no, not 180. Didn't need to do that. Control V. I meant to edit, rotate just 90 degrees. Put that over there. I mean, yeah, you're seeing. So actually, if I go to CV and then Shift V, you're seeing like my laziness in full cut in live live on stream. Okay, right, fantastic. Right, okay, nice one. Okay, so that is what we're generally looking for. So when we have the whole thing, oh yeah, by the way, we don't need this one anymore, and I don't know what that one is. Don't think we need that anymore, and we don't need that, so that's okay. All right, and then so the upgrade, this is going to be a sort of X over it, and I've just got to work out exactly where I want it to look. Also, let's go make the now I'm looking at it, I kind of want it to have a bigger black border. So if I press Shift O, that looks okay. Okay, and does that look okay? I just want people to know you can't upgrade. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we'll stick with that for the time being, and then we're going to kind of like, I might make some editing a bit later. So Control S, Control Shift S, and then we're going to start creating. So upgrade buttons. So we are in the correct folder. We saved it there. Now upgrade buttons. I'm going to have 000, and then change this to PNG. Okay, actually, we don't really need... we just saved a bunch of stuff we don't need, but that's okay. Right, so, title, upgrade buttons. These are what we're after. These ones here. Let's go put them into the game, and then start making an upgrade button. And then working out where we want to put it as well. So, resources, sprites, buttons... I have a feeling it might actually be in title or something. This is where it gets a bit confusing. So play, resume, new. Title button. I guess we just make a new folder here, which will be upgrade button. Create. Let's just try and work it out. Create folder, upgrade. Yeah, just upgrade is fine. And create, and I've kind of got a bit of an idea. Create folder, can upgrade, or yeah, can upgrade, cannot upgrade. And I'm going to do something slightly on the fly. And actually, I quite like this. I think this is, hear me out on here, right? If I open this one up again, right? What I'm going to do, I kind of want this X to be, because there's a good chance you kind of want that in front of everything. So, like, just because it might make life easier later, I'm going to press Alt-N and then get rid of everything that isn't that X. All right, and then we're going to press save. And then that way we can kind of we can work out what we need nearer the time. So, and then Control Shift S. In fact, let's go save this as 000, and then we're going to just save the PNGs again. PNG. Yes, we do want to overwrite. Let's hope I haven't deleted anything horrible. Right, so we want all these sprites, and then we'll find a home for them. So I'm just dragging them onto here, and then I think I kind of want these two as cannot upgrade, and these ones as can upgrade. Okay, right now, now we need to work out how we're going to put it all on. So. Title button, this is saying 128, so 128 point filter and none, so let's go change all of that. So these textures here, 128 point filter and none, and apply. And now we are going to create a 2D object sprite square, which we'll call upgrade button go, and then let's just give it, say, this sprite here to begin with. Now we have obviously got the option to make it to make it smaller, but I kind of want to just see what I want to just see where it looks like in the title and see how we're going to kind of affect it. Right, So let's have a little look. Move this over here. Let's just make this front. That's obviously a little big. It is a little big, isn't it? There's multiple ways I can actually get around this. I think number one, we can just simply, if we just turn this into 256 and apply, it makes the sprite like less proportionate and looks pretty good. And I do kind of want this to be right in the center like that. And maybe let's go find a -4. No, that's a bit too low. -3.5. Does that look okay? Yeah. Okay. Right. So we're kind of essentially we kind of want to put the text as to like how much it costs to upgrade on top of here. Yeah, actually, oh, of course, we haven't actually dealt with the button going down yet. We're going to cross that bridge in a little while. Right. So, where do we go first? In fact, I tell you what, it won't take me too long. I just kind of wanted to, so 0 and -3.5 and making this front sounds good. So let me do that now. 0 -3.5 and making that front. And this will inevitably be a prefab, probably in title, and we probably put stuff in here. Okay, so now that we've got that, we can kind of go into this and we can work out exactly how we kind of want to make it look. So I'm going to go create a 2D object sprite square, and we kind of want the Rumple token. It'll be one of these. I just need to wait for it to sort of the image to load up. In fact, that looks perfect. Okay, and this one needs to be front and say 2, so it always remains in ahead. That's a little on the small side, so we can, given that this is just purely, yeah, this doesn't matter too much. We're just going to go 0.5, 0.5. And yeah, and something, yeah, a bit like that. Let's go make these numbers a bit more rounded. 0.4 minus 0.15. No, 0.15. I think that looks okay. That'll be Rumple SR, and then we're going to create, this is where it gets a bit confusing. I'm annoyed, so we just need legacy text mesh. It's gutting, right, because every time I'm using all of these 2D objects, I always need to use this 3D text mesh. So Rumple cost text mesh, that's fine. Let's go change the thing, change it to that, that's okay. Let's change the character size to 0.25, and probably better that I change this to say 0. And annoyingly, yeah, like I say, it's kind of annoying that we can't, there's no way of us affecting where we have our like sorting layer. It doesn't seem like there's any way that I can actually affect it here, right? Because it'd be nice for me to actually just visibly see the text. So we'll have to kind of go a little bit, if we just go as default there, it's not ideal doing that, but that's fine. And we want middle center and center. This goes over here. Right. And bear in mind, things are probably going to cost as much as 1,000. Like, it's going to cost quite a lot, because when you get later into the game, you're earning a lot more Rumple tokens each time. So right at the beginning, 1,000 would be impossible. But that is roughly what I'm going for. So And what are the upgrades going to do? That is another thing that we're going to get to. Right. So, I think now, where do we go from here? So, what I think we're going to do, just so I'm happy with this. This is roughly what we want to make it look like, and we'll obviously be able to edit this. So let's go back into just making sure the button can go down, and yeah, right. So I keep closing it. I need to actually open it again. Sorry. Let me move this over. Oh no, that's it. Sorry, I found it already. It's okay. Sorry, I thought I'd close this window. So if we go into here, what we're looking to do now is, and this shouldn't be too. Actually, in fact, I might be able to do a sneaky way. So the essentially, all I need to do is. So what's that there? That's just that there. So we don't need any of. We don't need any of that. Control C, Control V. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, I remember the method that I used before. So we've got... what is this layer even covering? Okay. Sorry, I just need to do... you know when you just feel like, am I just going crazy here? Is this... If I close everything and just turn this on... Oh, it's that little thing. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we don't need this layer at all anymore, I don't think. We can just delete it. Okay. So... so all we really need to do is copy all of this, Control C. Okay, I have a plan. Control C. All right. New layer, new layer, new layer. Control C. Control V. Okay. And what we just need to do is merge these two layers down. And then I think we just need to merge these ones down as well. And then what is this one covering? That's fine. So now I think we can keep this one covered up for the time being and this one on. Essentially, what we're trying to do now is move each one of these in line so that it sort of matches up with the one underneath. So this shouldn't take too long. I just need to sort of zoom in slightly better. So, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm a professional. I'm a professional. Yeah, professional artist. This is what all the best artists do. This is the technique that they use. It's a professional technique. What are you talking about? Right. Okay, that's better. Okay. All right, and once we've done that, we can then actually start doing the coding of the upgrade button, which is the exciting bit. It's like, just get all the boring art stuff out of the way. Right. Okay, but actually, let's just go use that as well. Control C, Control V. So let's just have a quick look. F2. Or almost. Let's turn that on. Yeah, so that's going to be when you press it. Okay, I like it. Right, so Control S and then Control Shift S. Let's change that to PNG. Overwrite it. Yep, that's fine. Right, so we now got the pressing down bit. So I'm going to copy all of those. Let's go into here. Resources, sprites. Oh yeah, that was the red herring. Can upgrade. I'm going to create a folder saying button up. Chuck all these in here, and then we're going to create another folder, button press or something. Right, and then we slam all of these ones in. Okay, so button. So I think we need to change it to 256. Point filter, none, and apply. Okay, so right, okay. Well, I am going to come up with a really good, clever plan. Okay, so one thing that legitimately keeps me up at night that I absolutely dread is, obviously, I've done an animation for the button being pressed, right? So all of this will go down, but this text and this will remain at the same height. So what if I created a whole new code where it made it look like it was intentional, right? So when you actually press it, instead of the button going down straight away, it makes these sort of dissolve away, and then the button goes down, right? And in a court of law, I'll be like, no, that was the art style that I was going for. I just like to see them dissolve, and so you know that you're spending it. And it's nothing to do with it's just being very hard to make the text move down at a certain number of pixels, dependent on what sprite it is. So, I mean, I could do that, but I kind of prefer my method. Right. So now. What we probably need is we have stumbled on a very, very big segment of I'm doing this is a whole like massive thing that we're trying to put in now. So it's like I'm going to see what I can get done today, but it's just my main goal of today is just to try and make sense of the direction that I'm looking to go. So now that we have this here, I'm just going to press play. I just kind of oh, that's not that's not where I wanted it. Oh no, that is kind of where I wanted it, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. So what we kind of want to happen, so there might be somewhere like a and I don't mind this, but like something which like gives us an idea as to what level we're at, right? But I like the idea that it's a bit of a mystery what each level does, even though it's all preset, and you could always, it's like find out what you get. It's just there's going to be such exciting things that you can get each level that, like, you know, it's like I want that to be that sort of big, exciting, like, oh wow, I get to go up another level. What happens, you know? So to give you an idea, the sort of things that you can get when you level up. So number one is you're going to get what's going to be called a boost can slot, right? So this is where you can use your boost cans to give you a buff, but you will have needed to have upgraded your town. Like maybe that could just be the first level in order to use your boost can. Right, okay. So I've got so many cool ideas in my head, but it's quite hard to actually articulate them all. Right, so what we're going to do first is we're going to actually go into the code of this, and we're going to start trying to make sense of what we're going to do. So I feel like I need to start. It's so cold. It's so goodness me. It is really cold here. So title scripts. So new game button script. So here we go. Create C# script. This will be. I want to call it upgrade button script. Upgrade town button script. Because I just feel upgrade town button script. Okay, so let's go into this. And yeah, right, okay, yes, finally, we get to code, it's the best bit. Okay, right, so what are all the things that we need? So we probably need a public sprite renderer. I'm just going to call it button SR. And we'll do the classic get private ghetto get out of here. Right, get private set, boom. Right, okay, we also want a public sprite renderer, which will be Rumple SR. Get private set. That looks good. And I'm sure we're probably going to need a transform as well. So a public transform button trans get private set. Oh, this is, yeah, sorry. I've had to use quite a lot of my brain power for a while. Now I can actually just slightly relax because I think, yeah, I'm kind of on easy street for the next little bit. So we have got access to our main transform, the button sprite renderer itself, and the little Rumple token. And we're going to have a public text mesh Rumple TM get private set. I'm trying to get into the habit of keeping all my variables where it's get private set, and then public mesh renderer Rumple MR. The only reason we need this mesh renderer is so that we can make it so that it goes in front of the actual town. Because if you notice, when we actually tried earlier, it was behind the town. So this, okay, we're on our way to start. Let's go. First of all, let's just get access to all these things. So void awake. It's close. All of this is perfectly legitimate code, but for my OCD, I need to actually say get component transform. We need button SR, get component. Yes! Okay, not quite, but close. Get. Oh no. Oh, that was close. I'm going to press tab and then we just get components in children. Get components in children, and that'll be number 1. Okay. And then we want Rumple TM equals get component in children text mesh. So what? Yeah. So all of this here, Rumple MR equals get component in children mesh renderer. Right, wicked. So this is making sure that whatever we're doing, we've got access to everything that we need. So let's go start with something quite nice and easy. We're going to have a public void summon, and this one shouldn't be too hard. Oh yeah, we probably need all of these sprites as well. So I'm going to have a private sprite array, which will be button up sprites, private sprite array, button down sprites. Actually, I kind of want it to have button press sprites. Yeah, that's fine. So button up sprites equals new sprite 3. Sure. We probably need to get hold of them. So resources dot load all. Get hold of these sprites, and then we'll find the path in a sec. And then button press sprites equals resources dot load all sprite, and then let's go find those paths before we forget. So actually, an interesting little thing which I found out, like the fun way and the hard way as well at the same time. I think it's over here. So for the time being, we're not even going to worry about the cannot upgrade. That's going to be something that we'll cross a little bit later. Like I say, we're trying to clear. We're basically starting the next big project. Because if you think the map was one of the big projects that I was doing, but the next one is the whole concept of spending Rumple tokens, and this is a big one. So we're going to really try and get as much done as we can, but it still will take a little while. So now we want button press, so I'm just going to copy this path, chuck it over here, and then get rid of this bit. It'd be nice if there was a way of copying a path and it just got rid of that by default, but I can't really complain too much. It's not that much effort. Okay. All right. So we've got access to our sprites, and we're going to have button sr dot sprite equals button up sprites 0. Okay. All right. So how do we want to make it summon? Do we just fade it in? In fact, let me go save this. Let's find out exactly how the title button summons, because I probably should summon it the same way that I summon the title button. So let's say, so we're just clicking on this, and we're going to go edit this script. So that's the position. In fact, we can copy quite a lot of this. Let me go a little bit lazy. Let's just copy all of this. I don't know what flex is. Flex is... Oh, right, yeah. You know what? We can copy quite a lot of this. But I am making a really clever point of, you know, essentially, like, kind of, there's so many different things going on here that we can't just... so let's just... We probably need a Boolean, which we always have public. So public bool busy. Okay. Right, and then button sprite equals Oh yeah, you know what? I don't mind that actually. So button SR equals. Oh. Oh, it's actually got a summon. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Sorry, I didn't realise we actually got a separate sprites for summon. I kind of want to know what those sprites are. I don't think it's anything. If it, like, let's just find out. Let's instead of actually. The way which I actually summoned, it looks like I've got specific sprites for it. And what's happening on here? So if I click on this, right. Oh, I see. I actually go backwards. Okay. Okay, I quite like that. I think I'm kind of fine with that. So, yeah, that's fine. I'm not sure what's going on there, but let me just try something. So what actually happens? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I think we can do that. So what we're actually going to do is oh, right, yeah. Okay, sorry. Okay, I went on a proper weird trip there. But we can do all of that, right? So what's happened? Let's go. So we now know that the x is going to be 0.0f, and I think we decided, is this minus 3.5? Which looks about right. The colour is there. The summon sprites, we can actually just do press sprites. Control V, Control V. So that is essentially, it's summoning there. So we probably don't need this one. And then it's fading to like from clear to opaque. And then we're waiting for that. And then we're going to play backwards. We're going to do the press sprites backwards. I quite like that. Yeah. Cool. Sorry. The reason I'm amazed is because I don't remember what I was doing last time. So I'm looking at the old code thinking, oh yeah, that's quite a nice idea. So instead of just summoning from clear to opaque, it summons and then it's like the button pushes up to then become active, which I quite like that as a sort of thing. That's good. And then this will be button up sprites. That's fine. Okay, so now we're kind of on our way. Let's go as far as just summoning the button. Oh, what we need to do as well is have we need to set all of the right, sorry, I need to go to the toilet. I've been needing to go for a while, but I've been too excited. Right, okay. It's like, far too excited. Right, we are making progress. Right, as soon as I come back, I'm actually going to make it summon like as part of the like starting ceremony. Okay, right, so do that. Okay, right, wicked. Oh, so cold. The rest of the house is so cold. Okay, right, here we go. So, what are we doing now? We are we want to add this to the things. Let me just press Control Save there. Control Save there. And if I go find all references, so here, right, we are going to essentially create it in the menu. So this is our title master script. We're going to have a new game object, which will be private game object, upgrade town button go, and then we are upgrade town button go equals resources dot load game object, and then we just find out where it is. But we can do one better as well. We're going to add we haven't actually given it the script yet, so where are we? Prefabs, over here. Yeah, that's fine. We want to give it that script that we've just made, which is over here. Upgrade town button script over here. Alright, and now we want to copy this path, go back over here, Control V. So we now have access to the thing. And when we can be lazy, we will. So I'm going to change a few things here, but let me just think this through, because I don't want people to be waiting for too long. So let me actually do it here. So we're kind of summoning them both at the same time. So upgrade town button script. Is that? Oh wow, that's quite useful. Although in theory we don't need to do that. We dot get why would it default get component? Upgrade town button script. Okay. And then we're actually just going to wait for while that or upgrade town button script dot busy. So what we're doing here is we're summoning both the title button and the upgrade button at the same time, and then we're just waiting until both of them have finished doing their thing. So if either of them are busy, we're still going to wait. So we want to just see what that looks like. We've still got quite a bit left to do, but this will hopefully kind of look okay. But there's quite a few things that can go wrong. Let's just find out. Okay, before we continue, I can get rid of this altogether. Okay, right, this is going to look brilliant. It's going to look amazing. So cold. Right, so exactly what we were after. Yeah, I couldn't have got it better myself. Okay, so that's fine. We obviously got part of the things wrong, and I forgot to move. I forgot to move the thing up, so that's okay. So maybe that needs to be -3. Oh, even -3 is a bit -2.5. -2.5 looks good, and I've kind of got to work out a good place where it's kind of not in the way. So it's got to be minus 2.5, and let's just make life a little bit easier on ourselves. Let's just, for the time being, front. I think maybe something like that looks good. So 2.75. Yeah, 2.75. So 2.75 and minus 2.5. And then we've also got to change the order. So minus 2.5, and that'll be 2.75. Okay. And at about this stage here, what we should do is I kind of just want to make sure it's in front of the town, but I might not necessarily need to do frontier. So let's have a look at what the actual numbers are, what numbers I need. So hopefully it will summon a slightly better place. Yeah, that's about right. But we just need to work out what the number of the say town is. Ordering layout is that. So what I should do, I should just make it frontier or front. That's fine. Okay. So button sr dot sorting order equals, let's just say 2. Rumple sr dot sorting order equals 4. Rumple mr dot sorting order equals, I think we can just have that as 4. But what we need to do as well is button sr dot I think sorting layer name equals front. Control C. So what am I doing here? This bit here is making sure that when it's kind of more in front of the screen, because as it is, the town itself is like on top of the button. So this is just saying like, by the way, this button's more important, that you see this button than you see the town behind it. I quite like that. So let's, with that progress in mind, let's see where we're up to. Control P. Rah. Let's have a look. Oh yes, okay. All right. Okay, that's really good. I'm really happy with all of that. I can see what the problem is, the obvious problem that I neglected to deal with, but that's fine. Yeah, because what we need to do is make sure that whenever this button is going up or down, these aren't visible. So we'll, yeah, because it's my sort of artistic choice that I go for. It's nothing to do with laziness. What are you talking about? I'm not lazy at all. It's not to do with laziness. No, not at all. Color equals color dot clear and Rumple tm dot color equals color dot clear, and we kind of want to just copy this. Control C. Oh no, yeah, nope, I'm copying the wrong thing here. We want to copy this. and then at this point here, we're going to then fade in our Rumple SR, and then mover.instantiate. Sure, that's mover.instance.fade TM to color, Rumple TM color dot white 0.5 F. In fact, let's go make it a little bit shorter than that, just 1/4 of a second, and then we can just copy this. Okay. And I do want to, I want to make sure that it's like once you have upgraded everything, you now no longer need the upgrade button. So hopefully this will look completely intended. So it comes up and then that fades in place. Yes. Okay. No one will ever know that I'm going to struggle to actually get this to move up and down with the thing. So that just looks fine. All right. So as it is, clicking on it does nothing so far. What we have to do now, this is going to be the next big move, so this is big talk. Okay, so if I double click, no, we're going to go on to core prefabs, this master here. We are going to add a whole new script to the important big script. All right, and it's going to be called Rumple Town Level Master Script. Is that too big a script? Nah, I think that should be fine. Okay, so core scripts, create C# script, Rumple, Rumple level master script. Okay, big, we're talking, this is big talk here. Right, so now unless I'm mistaken, if I just edit this script, for example, we want to make it a singleton. So we are gonna boom. Okay, edit script. So public static level master instance. I think I normally make it a capital I, don't I? Void awake instance equals this. Actually, let's just copy the syntax from the other one that I've opened, and we can use most of that, but just get rid of one bit. That's fine. Control C. Control V. And by the way, escape menu go. That's got to change. No, right, okay. So this is going to be this. Yeah, like I say, this will be a big script where we've got to do a lot of discussion as to what we're actually going to do. So let me. So I think a public int Rumple level. That okay, so and I kind of want it to start by default as 1, because most people don't want to start a game where they're on level 0, so you start on level 1. Okay, so we're going to have a public void public int get cost of next Rumple level. Okay. I don't know why there was curly square brackets there. Okay, so first of all, I'm just going to have return. We're going to have return 5,000, and then switch Rumple level case 1 return 50. Now I'm going to make these up as I go along. These are obviously going to change as we sort of progress further, but and I don't know how many levels we're going to make, but I do want them to go up quite exponentially. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Yeah, so when you're on level 1 and you want to get to level 2, it's going to be 50, maybe 100, 200, 500, 1,000. And like I say, we're going to change these numbers. I just kind of want to get a bit of a sort of feel for what makes sense. Yeah. And then I think I may as well just do a few more. So the idea is we're going 5. We're kind of going up the same way that coinage goes up. Okay. And then return. Yeah, obviously it's net. We're net. I will change these numbers. So what we can do now is so upon probably don't need this anymore. The upgrade town button script. And when we're setting this sprite here, am I looking at the right thing? We're going to have Rumple TM dot text equals Rumple level master script dot instance dot get cost of next Rumple level, cost of next Rumple level dot to string. Okay, so like I say, the reason I've made a big deal of this is we're going to do quite a lot of work within this to to progress. Let me just okay, so we also want to default as level 1 because so if I have a default as level 1, so if I press play now, hopefully we'll see that it costs 50 Rumple tokens to level up. Okay, all right, that was a very, very long-winded way of having the number 50 there, but it was worth it. Okay, right, so what we should do next is let's just make the button activatable. So this will actually take a little while, but it shouldn't be too hard. So what we need to do first is title master script. No, not. Oh, actually, it's fine. It's fine. I've got a plan. I want to go into here. Go to definition. So this has only got the I pointer click handler, and that's all we really need for this as well. So I just wanted to check that was the case. So the I pointer click handler, that means that even though you need to do other things on top of this, this is essentially the thing that makes the button actually clickable. So we also need to give it a hitbox. So let's do all of those things. So using Unity engine dot event systems, I I pointer click handler. Yes. Okay, that's fine. Why have we got a red squiggly line? Get out of here. What do you want that for? What? Right, we need to just copy this. Control V. We probably don't need begin game, but by just having this function here, it then stops that from being red and squiggly. So what we need to do is have a sorry, so cold. Right, so we're going to have a public void do we just call the routine upgrade town? I think we do. Upgrade town. Okay. And private I enumerator upgrade town routine. Another thing that we need is sorry, I'm just thinking things through. No, I think we're okay. So upgrade town routine. Right, so let's actually just make the button press work, and then we're going to worry about it doing things a bit later. So start coroutine upgrade town routine, and then busy equals true, busy equals false. So now, before I do any of this, let me just, so that we don't get a red squiggly line here that's going to be haunting me in my nightmares, let me just put yield return null. Okay, all right, the world is good. So what are the conditions for us to actually, for this to be able to activate? So if not busy and actually no, if not busy, okay, then we're going to go into another bracket. If game info script dot instance dot rumple tokens is greater or equal to rumple level master script dot instance dot get cost of upgrade level, then upgrade town I mean, you know what, right? We're going to go way off script here. I just am intrigued as to what this is. Let's go to this definition, right? Okay. Oh, I see. Right. So, okay. What am I doing right now? I've had to write a particular function like on pointer click or on pointer exit with an argument that's called point event data, right? Which I've just called PED every time, right? And despite the fact whenever you're using a function and you've got an argument, you normally use it somewhere in the function. Whereas this, I've never used this at any point. I think this is useful for like if you actually need to know the location of where you're clicking, like on the button. It's never been good for me, but I thought I would just, I'd explore, like, expand my viewpoint at some point, instead of just being like, well, you just have to write point event data. It does something. We don't know what it does, but now I do know, so I'm happy. Okay, so if we have enough Rumple tokens and yeah, I think that's it. So if it's not busy, so we can't click it while it's summoning because, yeah, that's fine. Now, if all of those are true, so we'll have to conjure up more Rumple tokens when we start the game, but that's fine. Right, so where are we up to now? So we want to, how is the upgrade going to work? I think first of all, we need to go, we can use little bits from this as well. So I'm just going to copy this, Control C, Control V, and we're going to have. So the first thing we need to do is fade away our the actual Rumple token and the text before the button goes down. So that will be clear. That will be clear, and Control C, Control V. Okay. So that clears it all. Now we want to have something similar to this, but we want to play it forward. Control C, Control V. Play forward once. And we actually want the last button to be button press sprites dot length -1. So whenever we do like button press sprites length -1, that's basically saying get the last sprite that you've got. So that's fine. So then the button presses, right, and then we're going to have. I'm just going to put in green here. Go to Rumple level master script and do the whole leveling up thing with some exclamation marks. All right, and then once all that's happened, we then need to do quite a lot of so then we need to go Control C, Control V. This is going to be play backwards once. Here it's going to be button up sprites, and that'll be 0. And then we'll wait for that. And then we kind of want to have, we want to copy that. Control V. So this whole level up, this is going to cover the taking off the Rumple tokens and adding 1 to the level. But I'm just not, this is going to be quite a big deal. And I do want there to be, I want it to be exciting. I want people when they're playing to be like, oh, what's the next exciting thing that we're going to get when we level up? So let's have a look. Get custom next Rumple level. So this is just changing the text, and then we want to fade it back in. So we can copy that. Control C. Control V. That one can be white, and that'll be white. That fades in, that's no problem. And now one thing that I've got quite nicely, I can actually just simply at the end of all this just say flex. Okay, so yeah, flex is just what makes the original animation occur. So now we can test this. I kind of want to have a little function here, which we're going to have public void level up town. Level up town. Okay, now for the time being, this is just going to be a debug.log saying level up with some exclamation marks. Okay, so now that we've got that, in fact, why don't I just do the very basic thing. So we actually want gameinfoscript.instance dot Rumple tokens. Let me go into this because there might even be a no. Because we also want to update the Rumple tokens as well. How are we going to do all that? No, let's not worry about that for the time being. Minus equals Control V. Minus equals that. Rumple level plus plus. And is there anything else that we need to do? No, I think that's okay there. So if we go back into here, like I say, when we level up, it's going to be more than just those 3 lines of code that I've done, but I just want to use that as a sort of placeholder. Rumple level master script dot instance dot level up town. Okay. And so hopefully I'm going to be so what we can actually do here is if I have don't load and we give ourselves say 500 Rumple tokens and then press play, let's see how this works. So, right, we're going to get an error message. Is everything going to be fine? Is it going to be awesome? It could be really cool. It might just work. Okay, so that's the upgrade. Look, check all that out. We got 500. It's 50 to upgrade. So, what are we hoping to happen? I want to click this, right? Hopefully, these things will fade away. Then the button will go down. Then we're going to get a debug saying level up, right? But then it will be hopefully 100 to level up the next one. And let's just see if this works. Right, let's go. No. It's because I didn't give it a hitbox. That's fine, it's fine. I know why. I forgot to give it a hitbox. I said, oh yeah, I need to give it a hitbox, but I forgot. Okay, don't worry. Right, and that wasn't our first attempt because that didn't count because, you know, because shut up. That's why. Right, add component. 2D box. Oh, no. I'm too excited. Right, remove component. Right, add component. Box collider. All right, that box collider is a little bit. Let's go do a bit of editing. We want it to be there, don't we? I have 2. I just don't like having big decimal numbers, but that looks about right, doesn't it? Okay, everything's fine. Right, let's go. All right. So first attempt. Because the other first attempt didn't count. Okay, right, here we go. So we press it. The button, these things disappear. The button goes down. This won't update because I haven't dealt with that. But then this will come back up and it will say 100. Let's go. Level up, bam, and it's 100. Let's go. All right, fantastic. So now we just need to deal with the concept of leveling up. So if I hover over here, so what I would like now, I've got to kind of think of exactly where we're going to go next with this, because this is actually good progress already. What I kind of want to do is update this. So let's just see. Let's get out of here. Let's update this. This shouldn't be too hard. It might just be a matter of just trying to find where it is. This will be the Rumple token counter script. Oh, I think that's okay, isn't it? So, yeah, this shouldn't be too hard. I'm obviously never super keen on using the find object of type, but for the time being, I think that's what we should do. So what we will have is a private I enumerator level up town routine. We're going to have oh, have we not even got a busy yet? Oh yeah, no, I've got nothing here. So we're going to have a public bool busy. Busy equals true. Busy equals false. We can, let's go chuck all of this information somewhere in here. Start coroutine, level up town routine, let's go. We'll still keep this debug just to be on the safe side, and then we want to have Rumple token counter script. Right, I kind of want to try something as well. I want to try something that I haven't tried before. So this is, I'll quickly explain what I'm what I'm going to do. A certain thing which I've seen many other streamers, other developers, other coders do that I've just never bothered because it's always seemed far too complicated. But I want to give this a shot. Is the ability try. Okay. Try. Okay. Rumple token counter script equals find object of type Rumple token counter script. Okay. Rumple token counter script dot update Rumple token counter while Rumple token counter script dot busy yield return null. Okay, right. So why is that giving me expected to catch? So if I just had catch, and we're going to have a okay. Right. So yeah, so I've never tried this before, so okay. So we don't have that as level up. I'm just going to put could not find. Could not find. Okay. And then I've just never done this before, to be honest. I've never tried try and catch before. So if Rumple token is not equal to null, then we're going to do this. Okay, right. So now let's go back into our upgrade town button thing, and we're just going to have while Rumple level master script dot instance dot busy yield return null. So yeah, I know try and catch is probably a really obvious thing that everyone should have known by now, but I've always come up with loopholes and different ways to get around it that I've never really needed it. Okay. The only thing which I've got to be a bit cautious of is updating. That's not busy, so we need to check that. Updating. Okay, so what we're hoping to happen now, right, have we got any error messages? No, we don't, that's good. Let me stop and then play. Alright, so now it's going to be slightly different. We're going to level up and we're going to see this go down by 50 when we press this. That's a little slow, isn't it? But that's okay. And then if I was to press it again, it should go down by 100. Yeah, that seems... yeah, okay, that is a little slow, isn't it? But that's okay, all right? So now, in theory, we should be at level 3. So let's have a quick check. That. Yeah, we're at Rumple level 3. Okay, so obviously we want to have some cool function where there's going to be an arrow that goes up and it's like a, yeah, level up, and it's going to kind of, you know, it's going to look a little bit more exciting, and then I want a big text box coming in saying, you're now at level this, and this is the things that's been unlocked. That's what we're looking to do. Yeah, okay. All right, I'm liking this so far. I'm trying to work out what I can actually reasonably do, because I think I want... yeah, so I'm just trying to work out... yeah. So now I'm just doing a little sort of... a quiet sort of think to myself. Okay. All right, here's the plan. What we want to happen, even though there is so many more things that we need to do on top of this, I want a button, I can't even use the T, a button, sorry. We want a button that's about here-ish, or maybe I could have it here, right, that's going to be in the shape of a boost can, right, and it's going to say empty on it, right, and the idea is you press it and you can have you can choose to put one of your boost cans on top of it, right, but you also need the option to not have a boost can. So this is going to be a tough one, right? We're going to do the easy bit first, which is just simply drawing a doing a button that's in the spray in a sort of boost. Yeah, that's what we're gonna because it's gonna kind of look a bit like a can. Okay. I know it feels like there's going to be people who've been paying attention for a long time, and you're thinking, what are you going on about? Don't worry, it's like it will make sense. It will make sense eventually. Okay. So let's go into here. We want title. Oh, it's not there, is it? It's buttons. Oh, I used to be organised. Now I'm not organised at all. Okay. So, and what colour should we have it? Because I kind of let's go crazy. Let's just start from afresh. Actually, no, not quite. Let me just think this through. Okay, right. Play buttons. Let me just open this one. Okay. All right, that's kind of what we've got to work with. So I am going to, what's canvas size? 512 by 512 sounds perfect. I just wanted to get an idea as to what size we're making. So new 512 by 512. Right. My objective now is we're going to draw an outline of a sort of can, but that should be easy to do. So if I go File, Open, and I think we've just got boost cans here, and yeah, okay. So now I am going to go W, not that one, Control C, Control V, and then Shift O, Shift O, Shift O, Shift O, and Shift O. Shift O. Okay, I quite like that size. So W, we just want that as a sort of outline. So I don't even need to save any of this. Control V. We just want this a little bit bigger as well. And so the easiest way to actually make this bigger is, so actually I've got everything that I need from there for the time being. We want this, say, twice the size. So I'm going to do something a little bit sinister and clever here. If we divide this by 2, and then divide this by 2, divide this by 2. No, didn't seem to work. 256, fine, I'll just write 256. 256, but we want it there. Okay, that's fine. This looks good. Okay, so now I kind of want this as central as I can get it. That actually looks pretty central, doesn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Beautiful. Okay, let's go lower it just a little bit. That'll do. Don't worry, all of this will make sense eventually. Okay, so now we're going to go sprite size, and now 512 rot sprite. So it just kind of like when you do rot sprite to grow it, it just adds these nice little curls to it, and we can probably do a little bit of editing. And let's go make life easy on ourselves. Just want to kind of get rid of any of these sort of sharp edges. Why does that look rubbish? Still looks a bit rubbish. It's much better. Okay. Just kind of having a quick look, but that's fine. That's our basis. Okay, so now we can get rid of that. I'm going to go Control Shift S. We're going to save it in our buttons. In buttons, title, but we're going to have a new folder here which we're going to call Boost Button. Okay, and we'll save it here as Boost Button. Now, I've always kind of feel that I'm always feeling blue is the colour we need to go for. So I'm going to just get the, yeah, like I say, I apologise. I normally just do a code heavy stream, but like for me to even work out what I needed to do, I needed to actually start thinking, well, if I start coding and then work out where the where my hurdles are, where my roadblocks are, and I've realised I do need to. It's like, but I had to kind of do this to, to actually get to know where I'm actually going with all of this. So, right. So, I'm going to have a. We kind of want to duplicate this actually. Duplicate, and I'm going to have this as base. And this is top, I guess. So here, 1, 2, 3, 4. File, open recent. Upgrade buttons here. I just kind of want to know what the distance is between. I think this is probably the easiest one to find out. Maybe not. Not sure what we're listening to here. Oh, I'm in a classical. I'll right. try something else. Let's go back to the let's go back to exactly the same tune that we've been playing for the last year. Right. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So that's fine. So what we want is for the bass to be at the bottom. And this one here to be one, two, three, four. Okay. Okay. Right. So now, what blue should we go for? I kind of want it to be a yeah. Yeah. Okay. And what we kind of want to do as well is yeah, I want this to make it feel as though like this is empty, but we can put a boost can on top to make it feel like it's ready. So how do I do that? How do I get the feeling that it's kind of indented slightly? I've got an idea. Okay. New layer. Control C and Control V. Is that too small? Control Z. Control V. I think that looks okay. That's fine. Okay, so this will now that we've kind of got this, we can kind of work with it. Is that central as well? Let's just check that that is nice and central. W. Not quite. I think if I literally just do that, that'll look a lot better. Okay, so what are we trying to achieve here? We are trying to kind of G. Right, so that's kind of more of a template. So yeah, I kind of want it to. Let's try and work out. So now from here, now that we have that, we're going to have. Let's start from there and go Shift O, Shift O, and like I say, it's a bit of trial and error to get this, but let's see what this looks like, and then see if we're happy with it. It looks like the music stops. No, I need music to keep me going. That's my sanity music. I think that looks okay. And I kind of want as well for a bit of text in, say, this colour here. Let's go new layer, T. We're going to have empty. That's obviously a bit too big. So Control Z, T. I want it to be maybe 50. That's probably good enough. Okay, so now we need to go rotate anti-clockwise. Yeah. Okay. All right. Now we're gonna. The animation is going to be slightly different to the other animations. We kind of want a sort of yellow. It'll be really easy. It's going to be really easy to do this. Yeah, okay. So we want a nice big sort of lightning-y kind of yellow. And then we're going to press Alt-N, G. All right. And then I'm going to copy a few of these. And then on this layer here, we want to go 1, 2, 3. Let's go get some music back on. I get really self-conscious when there's no music. So right, yeah, right. So I don't think we need any of that. Okay, so if I were to just... Yeah, that looks okay, doesn't it? All right. Okay, so, yeah. And then we've got that there. So this is going to be the boost button. So every now and then I just kind of want to stare at it just to make sure that it looks okay. And I kind of, yeah, right, does that look okay? So is that going to kind of fit on the, yeah. Sorry, I know sometimes I just need to look at it to be like, would I be happy with that? Does that empty look a bit rubbish? Maybe I could outline it a little bit. Maybe not even with that. Maybe just with, say, so we still press Shift O. Cancel. Sorry. Shift O, but we actually just change the colour to be just a little bit. I think something like that. I think looks okay. Okay. I think that's better. Okay, so we just get rid of all that. And then, DD. Okay, all right. You know what? For the time being, I'm happy with that. We don't need that one. Okay, so I'm going to press Control S, Control Shift S, make that 0, 0, 0, and actually, let's go. We now need to work on lowering this whole thing, and so Alt B, N B. So new layer, new layer, new layer. So all of this, Control C, Control V. Get rid of that. Escape. Merge down. Merge down. Oh, that's fine. So now, yeah. Okay. So that's, yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm happy with that. It's not the greatest answer, but this is where we this will make sense soon. Don't worry. Right. So we have now made our new button. I now need to go Control Shift S and save it as a PNG. And then we can start putting it in our game and then trying to make it do things. So boost button here. This is what we're after. And we'll see like what size it needs to be. But like I say, I'm trying to cover so much in this episode. And I've realised actually making the whole upgrade system will be quite a time consuming thing, but I'm making good steady progress, so I'm happy with that. So because what we want to do is the idea is you might accidentally, or like throughout playing your first time, get boost cans and not know what they do, right? And that's going to be part of the excitement. But then when you level up the first time, you then get the slot where you can put a boost can on. So if we're going to go into sprites, title, upgrade, we're going to have a new one. Create folder boost can. Create a folder within that. Let me try and keep it a little bit consistent. So that's button up and button press. Button up, create folder button press. So now I'm just dragging these, like it's the advantage of having two monitors here. I am going to copy these. These are the button up sprites, and these ones here. You can't see what I'm copying, but I had to move it to the other screen. So right, so now all of these, I'm going to start by saying this is going to be 256, but we can change this at some point. This will be point filter, and this will be none, and apply. Now, we're looking to... let me just get a bit more space so I can see things. We don't really need that for the time being. Okay, right. Create 2D object, sprites, square. Okay, and this will be boost button go. All right, and let's go give it this one here, and we're going to actually make some code for it. So our main objective right now is... So this is going to be a little bit complicated, and I've got this far, but what we want to make sure is that when you get to the first level, it unlocks this button. So this button is going to be here permanently. Let me actually do a few little obvious things that we need to do before we start getting too carried away with ourselves. Core, title, create, C# script. We're going to have boost button script. Okay, that's good. I always like it when it does that. I've just got to wait for this to compile. Right, let's chuck this in here. Okay, so and while we're on here as well, let's go, because I'll probably forget later, we're going to give it a hitbox. Say the size, if that was 1, nope, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Although we do need to make that a little bit lower, because we kind of want it to I'll see if I can do this really sort of surgically. 1, so maybe 0.75, 0.75, 70, 60, 65, done. That'll do. That's good enough for me. Okay, the Y, we need it to be, say, 1.5. X is... No, not that at all. Minus 0.5. I'm just trying to get it sort of lined up. Okay, let's go make this a little bit bigger. That looks fine. Okay, I needed to do a bit of editing there. Right, now we're going to add this boost button to our friends over at the prefabs. So title, prefabs, and the title screen, boost button. Right, okay. So, and then I kind of want to just see how big it is, how it looks. So let's just have this as front. I just want to see like if it looks too big, too small, where it should fit on the screen, basically. Oh yeah. If I press this, then I can move it around. Nope, that's not it. Is it this one? Yeah. Okay. So where would we want this? Because yeah, I kind of want it to be sort of. I probably need to. That looks about right, doesn't it? I think. Yeah. Is that too small? Do we need to make it bigger? Let me go on full screen, see what that looks like. Oh no, we can. Yeah. Does it need to be bigger? I'm not sure now. You know what? For the time being, I'm okay leaving it the size that it is. So now we want to, as part of the summon routine, we want to check to see if we're on level 2. Yeah, because it's like on level 1 we don't summon this, but provided the level is 2 or greater, we will summon this. So let's go. Let's go start. Let's do some coding. Let's do some fun coding. Right. Edit script. Okay, so this one shouldn't take quite as long. So what are all the things that we need? We need a public transform button trans get private set like a boss, public sprite renderer button sr get private set. It's getting a little bit dark in here. I'm going to turn my light on. Okay. Right, I might need to hit another coffee in just a sec. So we've got void awake. Yes, good start, Betty. Button trans equals. I'm not a slob. I need to put get component every time. But it does exactly the same thing. It's just more effort. I know, but I love it. Okay. So now we also kind of want to make sure. Let's go button sr dot sorting order equals 2 and button sr dot layer name equals front. That's just making sure that we're in front of the town when it creates it. Okay, so that's good. Okay, so now the summon. We need to get hold of the images. So or the sprites, I should say. So private sprite array. We're going to have button up sprites and private sprite array button press sprites. Now there is, because what's going to happen eventually, at the moment all of this is fine. I need to find the places, But when this is all up and running, what I'm looking to happen is you press this button, and all of the boosts that you've gained so far, of which, you know, in the whole game, I don't want too many different boosts. I want there to be maybe as much as, say, 10, right? And obviously you can have multiple of each of them. But you press this button and a menu comes up with all of the boosts that you have, including one of the saying no boost. So, and then you press it, and then it will essentially, like a can, one of these boost cans will lie on top of this button. So then you know that when you press play, that boost can will be like there. So I quite like that. Okay, that's my plan. I'm sure I'm going to run into all sorts of different roadblocks as we go along, but that should be fine. Okay, so anyway, let's go get these sprites. So button up sprites equals resources.load all sprites in a particular place. Button press sprites. So we just need to find that location. Let's close that for the time being. I'm looking at the scripts, so I want the sprites. Title boost can. So here we go. Copy this path. What one did I just copy? I copied button up. Okay, that's fine. Chuck this over here. Okay. Right. Public void. In fact, let's do what we did last time. We've got this title start button. Most of what we need is here. Not everything, but most. So we just copy this and then just change the bits that we need. Summon button. Oh, I didn't actually decide what the location was. We'll find it out. We'll find it out. That's what I should have done. Public bool busy. We want button button press sprites. Control C, Control V. Button up sprites 0. I think this is that's pretty much all we need to do now. And then the flex we want. Let's see. Control V. So we just need to work out what location we need to put it in. So let's just actually find the location so we can fill that in. So let's go press play. So maybe about there. Oh, it looks like it's thrown us an objection of some sort, which we'll come to in a sec. Just want to have a little look. So I like to try and make these numbers as round as I can. So 3.5. Actually, it should be 3.4. 3.4 is fine, and then minus 0.8. Yeah, okay, 3.4 minus 0.8. Let's just try and work out. Okay, let's see if we get that error message again. I can't think what it is. 3.4 minus 0.8. Okay, so now we're going to be a bit clever, because this button will only appear if we're on level 2 or above. So title master script, we're going to have private game object, boost button go, and then we want most of what's going on here, except for this will be boost button go, and here I want to actually make sure I've got it right. I'm pretty sure it's just boost button go. In fact, you know what, I'm so sure I'm not going to do any check. Let's just assume it is. Okay. So now we're going to do something very similar to what we're doing here. We're going to have boost button script equals instantiate boost button go dot get component boost button script. There we go. Boost button script dot summon button, and now one thing which I quite often I talk to myself when I'm thinking about this, but it's best to say it to air my grievances. Whenever you have scripts that this is summon button, this is summon button, this is summon button, they're all doing similar things. Each one of these functions where it's saying summon buttons are doing similar things, and there is a really strong argument to saying maybe I should have made a class that was just some sort of like summon button class, and the only problem is they're all doing slightly different things that it's probably not worth it. It's going to be too complicated, because it would have been, you know, you could argue it would have been a good idea to just have some sort of generic title button script where it does all of these, but they're just different enough that I think it makes more sense to just have a separate script. But I feel if I say that out loud, then it's like I have acknowledged that. Okay, right. So what we kind of want to do here is if Rumple level master script dot instance dot Rumple level is greater or equal to 2, then hold on. Then we do this, but that becomes problematic. No, this is still fine. We can still use this. Control X. While that shouldn't affect anything because I think the summoning time is faster, but yeah, that's still completely fine because we're still summoning them, so they should all summon at the same time. But I'm so glad. I tell you what, this has been a really, really tough thing. I know what, you know, it's like I've got the plan in my head, but like I have wanted, you know, it's like I'm so glad I'm finally sort of chipping the ice as to actually getting this done. So, right, we're going to press play. So ideally, it shouldn't appear at all because we're on Rumple level 1 by default, and it should only have these ones appearing, which is great. Okay, now we will go master here, turn this to level 2, and then see if that summons. Right. Yeah. That animation felt a bit rubbish. But that's okay. We can just smooth that up a bit. I think it's because the frame rate's a bit slow. But that's what we're looking at. So when you actually when you upgrade, and what we're going to do as well is make sure that when you are on level 1 and you upgrade to level 2, it then creates this, like, after the after it's a sort of window has come up saying, oh yes, you've done it, you know, you've got to level 2, and then we'll make this button do something at some point. But let's see. Right, what I think I'm gonna focus more on the level up routine. So how do I want it to be? How do I want the level up to happen? I kind of feel like I need to have some sort of arrow going up. Yeah. So the reason it's like, this is why I've been sort of like a bit slow to approach this whole subject of you spending the Rumple tokens, because I've got a good plan in place. I just need to visualize exactly what I want to happen. So we want to have some sort of like arrow up to be like level up. Yeah, okay, right. So what we actually need is, if we go onto the Rumple token master, let's edit this. We will have a public void create level up window. Create level up info box. Now, I need to create some sort of box where you can, where like kind of, I haven't really worked out what I want it to do yet, but we need to create the box, which is going to kind of get bigger. But I just, what do I want it to look like? Right. Because I kind of want it to look similar to the boxes that you get during the game, I suppose. But maybe it should be yellow. Okay. So we probably need... Let me go create a whole new game object just for this, because I think this... Yeah, it just feels... It feels like I can use... I can actually use the... windows that I've used for like in game, like when you say have to choose between some cards, or when you get a like a shop or something, not a shop but other things, where the window just comes up and is like a da-da, I want to have something like that. That's definitely the laziest method, but it's probably the most practical method as well. So what we need to do is we need to work out where those boxes are and then what we're going to do with them. So our first port of call is to press play. Let's hope that we don't get too much. We don't get too much of an error message. It's got to create something from scratch here. Oh yeah. No, that's okay. I'm not too worried about that. That's just purely because it's not zoomed out properly. Okay, so I'm I'm doing all this so I can press the button. Okay, and I want to have a look at this Destiny text box Go. All right, we're gonna just steal this and we're gonna make our own version of it. That's basically, literally, I just need to know that name. So if we just type Destiny text box Go, it's that bad boy that we need. Okay, so let's go have a little look into the script and then see if we can just create some sort of level up version of it. So what happens upon start? It doesn't do anything. And yeah, like I say, I think even if we're creating a whole new script altogether, we can use a lot of the stuff from this. So right. So what actually goes on So what I'm going to do is, because, you know, it's like, this is actually the most time-saving method. Like, first of all, so this is what we need. This is the Destiny text box script. That's brilliant. If I just copy this path, and we go on to our Rumple level master script, and we're going to have, we're just going to have public game object level up text box. We will run into problems here, but I'm completely fine with this. It's better to yeah. This is basically my method of, I know I'm going to get error messages, but I would rather kind of like just face them head on instead of trying to do some sort of delicate thing to hope that we don't get them. It's like, I'm definitely getting error messages here, but so level up text box equals resources.load game object. It's like, let's not make any mistakes whatsoever. This I will create error messages. Right, so when we actually level up here, we're going to have right, public numerator create level up info box routine. Start coroutine. Now, you know what? It was so close to actually me just auto start coroutine. That's what I want. Yes, okay. We'll have internal busy as well. Public bool internal busy. Internal busy equals true. Internal busy equals false. And Destiny text box script, we just call it box script, equals instantiate level up text box dot get component Destiny text box script box script dot summon text box new DM DM Lord potentials gain money. No, actually, so add card, and then while box script dot busy. Why am I doing all this? The reason I'm doing this is, so that looks fine. Is I want to just see if I can physically make a window on the screen and see kind of like if it works. So we're going to have sort of issues, but I would rather sort of do it and then see what happens. See the problems that we come across. So that looks fine. And what we're kind of looking to do, so it updates the counter, waiting for that to update, and then create level info box and then while internal busy, yield return null. I'm going to see how much of this I can salvage for, because it's quite a nice system. I quite like the sort of little twinkly things that come up and open the text box. So if we can use something similar to that for my, for actually when you're in the title screen, then I'm all for that. And we're just seeing how much time we can actually skip. So have we got any error messages straight off the bat? No, we don't. Okay, so it looks like we've got the thing that we need. Oh, actually, no, there is one thing that I do want to do. Main camera. So, scripts core. Okay, so here, so one thing that's quite funny is I made a script somewhere. Oh, it could be UI scripts. No, it's not UI scripts. Okay, I'll have to go on to a different scene to find out. One sec. So there's a script that I've made. I think it'll be definitely on the test map. Yeah, we do want to save that. That's fine. Here, not Unity UI master. That's what we're after. Unity UI master script, that's what we wanted. Okay, right, now that we've got that highlighted, actually no, I'll have to go back, won't I? Okay, but we want basically this script to go on our camera in the main, in our title scene. Not, yeah. There we go. All right. Okay, so now we will get an error message, and I am willing to face that head on. But I just want to see how many error messages we get. I want to just see like how. So if we upgrade now, okay. So it didn't actually create an error message per se. It's as if it hasn't. Oh, hold on. No. So, what I was hoping to happen was for a window to come up. Oh, no. We're fine. It's just the money's going down. That's fine. Okay. Everything's fine. The money's going down first, which I probably need to make it a bit faster. Okay. All right. That is actually a lot closer than what I was actually imagining. So we're kind of on our way, right? The fact that it's got this far, I mean, I'm guessing there's going to be an error message now. No? Okay, there's a few problems, but that's okay. All right. That could have been a lot worse. I think that's okay. Right, so what are all the things that we need? So what we're going to do now is on this Destiny text box script, let's just see how big this is. If I go Control MO, how many... Ooh, that's quite a lot of lines of code, isn't it? So, because what we need to do is we need to create a... we need to essentially just have a function where it's summon text box for... summon text box for level up. Public void summon text box for level up. Summon title text box for level up. Okay. And we're going to use a lot of what we've got from other scripts, from other bits around here, but we're going to have one like personalised for the title screen. So private enumerator. Can't be bothered to type that all in, so we're just going to go Control C, Control V, and then put routine. And let's have a look at what we do for example here. So okay, so we're just going to have start coroutine, summon type. Yep, that's fine. And then let's just kind of have a look at what's happening here. So busy equals true, busy equals false. Sure. Okay. And what I also want to do is with this text box, I want to have some sort of shade which blocks you from touching anything else on the menu. I want that to, yeah, so there's like a sort of, yeah, there's going to be essentially a block, yeah, so that you only can touch what's on this menu that's being shown. Right, so where are we up to? Let's have a look. So again, it's the slightly lazy method, but the reason I've picked this one to copy from is because we can use so much from it. Like, so I think we can copy all of this. We can copy all of that. Yeah. Because we can use so much of it, but not everything. Right, so that's good. So this is as far as getting the text box as big as we can. Right, sure. Oh, I see. I'm just looking at all the things. Yeah, okay. We can still copy all this as well. Control C. I'm sort of like going through bit by bit to get it through. And obviously, kind of like, it does feel a bit lazy that we're doing the same window for leveling up your whole town than it is for when you run into an enemy or something. But I would rather have a basic, it's like my overall philosophy is you make a bad version of something and then you make it better. But I need to make the bad version first. So all of this is a go. Right, do we want to make this victory button? I don't think it can do too much harm, because all that is just a little green like arrow saying, do you want to go to the next bit? So Control C. And obviously we'll be able to personalise it a bit later, but I'm going to worry about that in a little while. So that's creating there. Aha, right, this is what we... aha, okay. So this image here is... So we can copy this, Control C. Control V. Okay. Oh yeah. So here it will just. I'm just going to have something as basic as level up with some exclamation marks. It's quite nice. This is the advantage of having code like this. It's like I've done the hard work earlier, so I'm just kind of reaping the rewards now. We probably want to make a picture of something. So if I I can't think of what I want to make the picture of, but that's okay. That's not too much of a problem. I'm just kind of scrolling back and forth because we want to basically make a very basic level up and then a button that enables you to continue. So while waiting for button press, I think we can use all of that. Actually, I kind of want to do this. I don't know what the actual sprite is going to be at the moment, but we'll worry about that. And yeah, so we're just copying chunks, but we're just the bits that we need. So all of this is making sure that you need to press a button to continue. So here, we're waiting for the button press. Now, I can't remember how the script works, but basically that script is connecting to this Destiny text box, and it knows that when you press the button, it's going to turn this boolean to false, and then it's going to continue. I kind of want to explain. It's so useful streaming because I can explain everything out loud as we go. So that's good. I think this is just getting rid of all the stuff there. Yeah, we definitely need that. Right, I like that. So we've copied down to there. We definitely don't need to do that. That's dangerous. That's bad. Don't need that. Don't need that. And we don't need any of that. Okay. So what we should do as well at the end is destroy the game object. Destroy game object. Okay. So we still have a couple of little issues because we need to make sure that awake. We need to make sure that everything is actually frontier, not front. So that we can actually just do at runtime. That's not too much of a problem. But anyway, let's see where we're up to at the moment. So now that we're here, we want to go back onto our Rumple level master script. So now we're going to have summon text box for level up. We don't need any of this stuff here while it's busy. Alright, this is going to look rubbish, but hopefully it will be a good start to setting up what we, like roughly the sort of direction that we're going. Okay. Alright, so we're going to upgrade now. No, you know what? Before I continue, let's go make this count faster because people don't want to be waiting this long. Let's have a look. I'm going to do this very quickly. So let's go edit this. Time between each tick is that. Maybe I can just go 0-1. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Alright, that just makes it 10 times faster. Literally. Are we going to run into any other problems? Probably not. It'll be fine. Okay. Let's just hope this coding works. Right. So this is just essentially going to make the Rumple tokens tick down a lot faster. Because at the moment it's waiting 1/10 of a second, which doesn't sound long, but when you've got to do it 5 times, it's like 5 seconds you've got to wait, which people aren't that patient in. You know, we're in 2022. Right. So that should go... Brrr. That's much better. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. Good start. Good start. Now, I want to know if I can press this and it does continue. Okay. Yeah. I am fine with all of that. Okay, so the obvious question being why is the victory button why is this button not where it should be? And for the life of me, I don't know why, but we can simply change it. We can simply change it. It's no problem. So we've got a few things that we want to do. So that I think probably needs to go, say, there. And obviously, I want loads of information here. Right, we've even got an image somewhere attached to this thing, I think. Image. At the moment, there's no image, but let's just say we kind of wanted to have that. Yeah, so what's going to happen is it will say, you've now reached level this. This is unlocked, and then you can press this to continue. But what we also need to do is... right, even though this is going to take a little while, I'm thinking out loud, we need to make sure that all of these, so the sprite, all of these are in the order layer frontier, because at the moment we've got front, and frontier just means that it's further in front, because this is going to take priority over everything else that's going to happen in the screen. And we also want to block everything else from happening as well. So let's do the easy one first. We're going to get all of these as frontier. So what is it that we actually need to change? Probably all of these shapy things, the reward text, the image, and the text. So and the victory button as well. Okay, so that's 7 things. Let's just kind of let's just crack on. So here we go. So we kind of want that. I was kind of hoping it was going to have sorted itself out here, but it hasn't, so that's no problem. And have we got our text box SR? That's the background, isn't it? So let's see if I can remember them all on the fly. So we can probably do this whole setup here. So what am I trying to do now? I just want to make sure all the windows and all the sprites and all the text goes in front of everything else. So text box sr dot sorting layer name equals frontier. Reward mr dot sorting layer name is frontier. Shapy SRs. Let's just do a cheeky little for loop, which is for in I equals 0, I less than shapy SRs dot length, and then shapy SRs I dot sorting layer name equals front equals frontier. And we also want the image, even though we haven't done it yet, done anything. Image sr dot sorting layer name equals frontier. That's fine. And I feel like there's something that I'm missing. Oh yeah, it's the victory button. So when we create the victory button, which is over here, we kind of want to see. Let's see how easy this is going to be. Victory dot. Let's see if we can get access. So let's go into here, go to definition. So the sprite render is private. Let's do one better. Let's go make this a public, but then we'll still have the get private set. Okay, why have we done that? That means that we can essentially put that in front as well. So dot button sr dot sorting layer name equals frontier. Just want to check I've spelt that correct because I've made that word up. I realised that front. Well, if I want it to be in front of the front, then it's even frontier. Yeah. Right, so that's fine. And minus 1.5. Now, I'm just going to take a guess here, because I can't remember what number I decided, but I think it's minus 2.5. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, I'll tell you what, we're doing. This has been a nice little stream, actually. I'm really enjoying this. I think the it's taken, you know, I really needed to do a big deep breath, because I was thinking, I know this is going to be a lot of work, but we are actually making good progress. We really are. I know I always say that. Right, so let's go upgrade. Yep, this is actually, even though that looks incredibly underwhelming, that is exactly what I was after. We just want this to... oh no, good, I thought the music had stopped. I like that to be just there, but I kind of want to make it a bit bigger as well, just so it's a bit more juicy to press. So minus 3.5. Minus 3.5 was the number. But if I were to press that, yeah, minus 3.5. So that needs to be minus 3.5. And I wonder how difficult it's going to be just to make it bigger. Let's go back into here. Are we actually using this at any point? I don't think so. So what we can do instead, we can just go public transform button trans get private set. So now that we've done that, we can just have underscore victory button script dot button trans dot local scale equals new vector 3 2.0f comma 2.0f. Okay, I just want it to be a bit bigger. Right, so let's have a quick look at that, and then we're going to worry about having an under screen that blocks everything else. That's going to be maybe a little bit trickier. Okay, so what does this look like? Bam. Alright, level up, yes. Right, it'll look better than that. That would be the most underwhelming thing ever. So we are mostly there. I'll tell you what, this is actually, so, even though this is looking incredibly underwhelming, this is actually starting to kind of shape up quite a lot. So right, I need to both get a coffee and and go to the toilet as well. So I will be back in just about like maybe 2 or 3 minutes. I won't be long at all. Right, okay, we're back. Okay, right, I have unmuted it, good. Sorry, with the first few minutes of the stream was entirely muted because I I was like, have I got everything ready? I think I've done everything. Oh no, I forgot that. Yeah, anyway, so we are back. Right, so where were we? We got as far as when you upgrade, you get to see all this. That's great. And then that happens. Okay, so what our big next thing that we want to do is... Now, there's multiple ways I could do this, but I want to... Sorry, every time I go outside, it's so cold in the rest of the house, I just need to stay so close to everything. Right, so what we're going to do now is I kind of want to have a new game object that I create that is... in fact, if I just start doing it, then you'll be like, oh, I see where you're going with this. Right, so we're going to go create sprite square. That's going to be 0, 0, 0. The colour is going to be black. This is going to be frontier, and the order is going to be 0. And we want to make this, I think it'd be easier if we just go sliced 20 by 20. Okay, now I could spend a lot longer trying to work this out, but now that we've got it this size, I'm going to add a component, which is a box collider. Okay, so I just want to experiment with something. With that in mind, yeah, that's fine. So I just want to check that you can't click anything behind it. So let's just get this, move this, no, we still want it as black, but we want this just there. So, oh, you can. Okay, why is that? Oh, it's because the box plot collider hasn't actually assumed the same size. So 30 by 20. As much as I've kind of done this before, whenever I'm doing anything like this, like what we want is from the level up master, we want a separate game object that essentially brings up this big screen so that you can't click on anything else. So unless I'm mistaken, oh yes, good. Okay, I can't click on any of these, which is good. That's what we wanted. So now that we have this, this really properly, I mean, this is a really incredible bit of technology that we've just created here. This very well thought out structure. We'll call this one here. I was going to use a rude word. We'll call it. I can only think of one name. Okay, it's the thing that stops the thing that stops you clicking on things. No, we shouldn't call it that. What should we call it? Okay. I'll just call it blocker. Was gonna use a rude word, but you know, this is a PG stream. We'll just call it blocker. Blocker game object. Okay. So I guess it would probably be. I'll keep it in core because I think this might be useful for other times. So create C# script. We'll just call it blocker script. Okay. So blocker script. Edit script. So this is going to be a really simple script. So we need access to I kind of want it just, there's no reason that we don't just have it massive. Okay, that's fine, and 50, okay. So what's the purpose of this? This is, so when we're leveling up, we want to have this blocker screen just slightly darken everything behind it so that we can't click on anything else. It's just so cold. It's such a commitment every time I need to leave this room. It's like so cold. Right. What I might do, I might just step up to my big coat because that does actually really do. Right, we're upgrading coats. There we go. Right, yes, it is like wearing a pillow. Okay, yes. Oh, this is much better. Okay, right. Okay, so just to confirm, the hitbox is pretty big. Okay, so what are we actually looking for it to do? I just need to start putting things here. So, public transform blocker trans get private set public sprite renderer blocker SR get private set. I think that's actually, we will have a public bool which is going to be busy, and then void awake blocker trans equals get component transform blocker SR equals get component sprite renderer. We're going to actually start making the level up look better soon, but I just want to cover all the boring bits before we do that. Right. Blocker SR, and I think that's all we need to do. So now we need public void summon, and then private enumerator summon routine. So start coroutine routine busy equals true, busy equals false, and I want it to be completely perfectly clear, and then just go slightly dimmer. So blocker SR dot color equals color dot clear, and then int chum equals mover dot instance dot fade SR to color, and we just want to blocker. And what's the target color? We're going to have new color. Actually, yeah, new color 0.0f, 0.0f, and then here I think 0.5f. Let's see if that's too slow. So we're essentially just fading it, so it's still going to remain black, but the alpha from it being no alpha to half, hopefully will just block enough. The time to take, I just want it to take a quarter of a second, barely anything, no problem. Right, and then we just want to have while mover dot instance dot s2 fbool int chum equals that. You can tell. All right, I'm gonna blame all these little mistakes that I'm making because of the weather. Yeah, because of how cold it is. That'll be my go-to excuse. Right, so that fades over because essentially that's all it really needs to do, and then we can just have unsummon Control C. We can change just unsummon, and this will be unsummon routine. Summon. We don't really need to do anything there. We then need to fade this to color.clear. Yeah, it's a very basic script that we're putting here. It then fades to clear and then destroy game object. Yeah. Okay, so why have I done all of this? Let's go just tidy this up just a little bit while I'm trying to work out my next move. Why have I done all this? This is so... Oh, actually, no, there was another thing that I wanted to do. So upon summoning, we want to have not Unity master script dot instance dot attach from center. Blocker trans, and that'll be vector 2.0. Okay, so what's the purpose here? Right, nice and warm. Okay, everything's fine. This is just to make sure that we're actually attaching this to the camera so that it will be useful. It's more just like in case I need it for something else, because obviously if you think the camera's more or less staying in the same place during the title screen, but we might need it for something else later. Anyway, I just want to do a quick safety check as well. If not Unity master script dot instance is not equal to null, then we do all this. Okay. All right. So that's looking good. Right. So now that we've created this, what we need is to actually put this as a prefab somewhere. And I think, I don't really know the best place to put it, but I'm saying I'm going to make a call and say that given that we're using it in the title, we can put it here, but it might be used for somewhere else. Actually, do I put it in core? Yeah, because this might be useful elsewhere. Okay, right, so now that we've done that, we're going to go into this bad boy. Let me go clear a few things. So we're going to close all but this. And what we're actually going to do is, here is where we're summoning the text box, but we want to have public game object blocker go, and at this point here we're going to have blocker go equals resources.load game object, and then we just need to find the place to put it. So this one here, let's copy this path. So this very, very intricate bit of coding here, this very intricate game object that's got a very specific purpose. now found its home quite nicely in this Rumple level master script. Okay, so we've got that, and I think, is it actually going too over the top if we just have, say, blocker script blocker equals instantiate blocker go dot get component blocker script blocker dot summon while blocker dot busy yield return null, and then Control C, Control V, and we just need to have summon. Okay, so what's happening now is we're just quickly creating the black a screen to prevent you from hitting anything else. Oh, actually, we can do it somewhere else as well. Yeah, I think this is okay. I mean, like, what I do always at this stage, I always just worry. I always make these stupid worries about what if someone levels up and then suddenly presses play game whilst all of this is ticking. So what we could do instead is, all of this code is fine. All of this code is absolutely fine, but we could actually just go move it all the way up up the top here, and move this just underneath here. So from the very get-go, it makes everything unclickable, right? It might not look super super glamorous, and 0.5 might be too much, but let's see what that looks like anyway. Right. Okay, so has the blocker done the thing? Right, here we go. So, upgrade. Actually, you know what? So let's just test this, but I want to change this as well. So upgrade. Level up, and then goes back in, and then you can do that again. Right, what I kind of want to do, just because it's going to annoy me, is the animation for the thing going up and down. I kind of want to make that just a little bit faster, because it's going to frustrate me. It's going to be one of those things that's just going to anger me every time I see it. So yeah, what I'm talking about is the way there's just that frame that just looks too slow, given that everything else is so smooth. The way that I can kind of like combat that is if we go into edit this script. Let's go back in here. What we want to do, we can just make it say 0.4. All right. So let's just give that a quick test. Yeah, let's just test. That will just mean that it's just going to go up, move up a bit quicker, and it won't look as clunky, basically. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. I can sleep well at night now. All right. So this is good. All right. So this is what the upgrade's going to do. All right. And yes, okay. I know this doesn't look like an awful lot. It's not as though it's the most impressive thing you'll ever see, but it's more just to know that this works. It's very useful. And I just want to check that with all these changes, we can still move over. Yeah. And I've done a little, yeah, a little zoom in, zoom out. Okay, I'm happy with that. That does feel big, but that's okay. Right. Okay. Right. Fantastic. So now we have got the genuinely like fun This is going to be the fun ordering section. This is I'm going to enjoy this. This is going to be fun. So here is where Control MO. I'm going to have a public void. Right, there's going to be a lot of green text in this because this is what we're. This is there's going to be a lot of when I say green text, it's in commented out stuff purely because this is where we're going to work out what each level is going to do. Public void. Get level up info. All right. I don't even know if we're going to use this. Like, we're actually going to use this particular function, but it's going to be switch Rumple level case 1. Actually, we'll probably start at case 2 and break. So here is just basically where we're going to work out what we want to do for each level. So I think we've decided unlock the concept of being able to use boosts. Case 3 break. So yeah, this is going to be, I'm going to kind of like this will be a lot of the work which I'm going to be getting on over with. As I say, this is boosts and Rumple tokens. This episode is the start of like probably this could take me a good sort of month or so to do all of these, but I want to kind of get all this in place. So we just got different ideas. So unlock the concept of being able to use boosts. Unlock the shop that you can buy boosts. Add mild cola. So when you first, so the next level you can unlock you unlock the shop where you can buy boosts. But the reason it's like why would you be able to use boosts before you can even buy them? Because I'm going to make it later that you can collect them during a run. You can get these boosts later. So now we're going to go case 4 break. Unlock the concept of bees cards and add I've forgotten what I've called it, bees rangers to your deck permanently. Doesn't matter that I haven't spelled that correctly. Case 5 break. This one will be unlock the concept of because we also kind of want to fit in somewhere. Hold on. Unlock the concept of I forgot what they're called. Ready camps. So you're not going to be able to get all these cards that we've made. Some of them you unlock as you get further, as you sort of progress further in the game. Unlock the concept of ready camp cards, and add a ready camp card to your starting deck permanently. And I don't know if I've got the order here correct, but case 6 break. And so this is quite nice just to have a sort of a bit of a format because I've got quite a lot of ideas that I want. Unlock a new boost to add to the shop. And like I say, when I actually do come to sort of play test this, I'm going to work out which ones kind of make sense and which ones don't. So here we're going to have unlock something like gain 20 max hit points in your town permanently. And yeah, so it's like, the reason I'm putting all this together is like, these are sort of things that I really do want to put in. But it's it's quite, yeah, this is a really big, it's like me trying to make up, like, these are all the things that I want to put in, but I don't know the correct order yet. So this one will be, because yeah, like I say, when it comes to cards, I want you to get most of the cards. You know, I want the whole card library to be available to you early-ish. I just kind of like, yeah, I think that should be fine. Now, is there anything more that I can think of for the time being? Okay. No. Okay. All right. That's easily enough to get started. Right. So I'm just going to save that. So this is more just useful. We're going to refer back to this like later. You know, this will be there's quite a lot that we're going to use from this. So what we can just work with this. So unlock the concept of being able to use boosts. And I think all of the info regarding boost cans should be in the Rumple, this Rumple level master script. So first of all, so I'll quickly I'm just going to have a little sort of ponder over, right? So I am looking to put more of them in, but what we're going to do, we've got boost cans here. Yeah, so at the moment we've only got these 5, but I am looking to make more as we sort of go along. But I kind of, what I think, I'll see if I've got time. I just want to actually create the shop, and I want to create the concept of being able to put a boost can in your start, like so that you can start a game with a boost can. That's what I'm looking to do. How do we go about that to begin with? Okay. Right. So let's go lower this one. Let's go back to here. So what we're actually looking for is, now I've got to remember where I put it now. I think is it boost cans? So this could be the vending machine that we're talking about. So what what is all of this? So so we are going to have a little button that says buy a boost, and that is going to bring down this. And I think, did I actually do a little animation as well? I can't remember now. Yeah, I have. So so that is going to be the sort of animation that plays when you actually buy a boost, and this is going to be at the bottom. So this this is quite a complex thing that I'm trying to do here, and I think we just start putting it together, trying to make it. Yeah. Okay. So Control Shift S. Plus, I'll just put vending machine. It's so we'll save that there, and Control Shift S will save it 000, and then PNG. Okay, so we've got all the PNGs. I don't know how many of them we're going to need, but this is roughly what we're working with. Oh, I know what we need. Let me go back into this. Oh, I've opened it twice. Silly me. Right. So yeah, okay. I'm going to go Control-Shift-S. That's okay. Yep, we're overwriting. Okay. So I just need to work out what things that we need, what images we need. So probably 1, 2, 3. Actually, not that. Okay. And I think that one as well, and that one. Okay. Right. Oh yeah, we probably need all of these as well. Okay. Yeah. So this is another big adventure. Right. I'll see what I can get done today. I'll see how I feel, because it's like I've done quite a lot already today. I'm pretty happy with that. So if I actually go the title, we're going to have vending machine. So new folder, vending machine stuff. Okay, and we're going to just drag and drop all of these onto here. And our default size is normally 128, so let's turn that into 128, point filter and quality none, and apply. Okay, and then we're going to just start sort of putting the bits and pieces together of our vending machine, and seeing like what we can actually do, because quite often once you've physically created something in your head, it's a bit easier to kind of to comprehend. Right, so first of all, I actually want to create an empty game object, and we're going to have it as 0, 0, 0. And this will be buy a boost vending machine. Go. Maybe I should just call it vending machine go. That's fine. Okay, and now we're going to attach all the things that we need. So create 2D object sprite square, and then let's try and work out what pictures we actually need. So I'm going to put this one up. So I think this is the most important one here. So buy a boost. So let's put that there. Now that looks a little small, doesn't it? Now I've got to find a good place to put this as well. But let's go play the game, work out where we're going to put it. Where makes sense. So if I press pause now, so something like that. Although we could definitely make that a bit bigger, couldn't we? How do I? Yeah. What if I make it twice as big, twice the size? So all of this, if this was 64, does that make it bigger or smaller? I always forget. I think that makes it bigger. Yeah. Okay. So and obviously that might be too big now. Maybe that's not. Maybe that's okay there. So yeah, and what I kind of want to happen as you press it, all of the available vending things that you can buy from the vending machine sort of like chunk down. So it's kind of like it sort of flips down. It goes dunk dunk dunk. You know, so sort of yeah. That's what I'm going for. I don't know if it's going to look good, and I also need to know if there is enough space, because I am looking to have maybe 10 boost buyer boosts, like boosts available. So And I've just got to, I just got to kind of work out where exactly I want it. So yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think this is still this. We can work with this because part of me is actually thinking what I could do when you press it. This kind of moves over a little bit, and then this kind of takes up the full length, or something like that. Or it only goes down 5, and you can have a scrolly thing. I don't know. We'll cross that bridge in a little bit. But what we need first is to actually have the whole summoning process. So the idea is when we're at level 3, we unlock this. Okay. Right, so this will be buy a boost SR. Yeah, and I think if I was to add component 2D box collider. Oh, hold on, that needs to be 0. Of course, I wasn't moving the thing. So, and the box collider here, we could probably make the X maybe 4. Oh, yes, nice. Okay, easy. Right. And we're going to start making a script. It's going to be a bit of a complex script, but it shouldn't be too bad. Okay. Right, scripts. It'll be on the title script. Create C# script. Vending machine button script. And we'll definitely do something here, it's like, because I think that's why I've actually today's been so good. It's because kind of like I've got all these ideas that I'm looking to implement, but I think part of knowing how to do it is by just physically creating it, and then sort of working out. Oh, fair enough. I tell you what, it's been an absolute pleasure. It's been a cool. Yeah, thanks for sticking around, okay, KO2 fan. Rock and roll. Yeah. Right. So we're going to, we want to tap that. But I think what we need to do first, and it's something which I've kind of been breezing over slightly. So we've got this. Let's go put this. We've obviously got quite a lot of work that we need to do on that, but we're going to put that in the back burner for the time being. So this whole vending machine here, it's going to be a prefab. Did we give it the script in the end? Yeah, we did. So we can get rid of that. What I want to do now is where we have this Rumple town level script, right? What we want to do is where we have like get level up info, this should be a string, all right, and then return. Okay, so what we actually want to have is return you can now use boosts to give you a, how do we describe head boosts? To give you a helping start what do we call a boost? Because I want it to be some sort of like it's like an upgrade, that it's just a nice little upgrade to start your journey. You can now use boost cans to give you a head start. Probably needs to be better than that. Okay, we'll stick with that for the time being. And and what we should do now is, yeah, okay, because what we as well, so that's get the info, and then public sprite get level up sprites, and that should be an array. Return null. Switch Rumple level. Case 2 break. Return resources dot load all sprites in where we've got the boost cans. Yeah, okay, so we've got that. I'm gonna go back over here. And we need to work out where did I put the boost sprites. So sprites, I think it's just boost here, isn't it? The cans itself, copy path, copy. Okay. All right, and that's all we need for the time being. So why have I done all of this? It's because Destiny text go to definition. Yeah. So let's go add this because this is quite an important one. So let me go Control MO, close everything up. This is all we need. This one here. So we've set everything up here. We've got level up. So we actually want that to be get Rumple level master script dot instance dot get level up info. All right, and then this is where it gets interesting. What we've got to do, we've got to and I think, I mean, I've got a lazy way of doing it, but I think it's quite a good way as well. So first of all, we want a sprite, an array of sprites, which we're going to call level up sprites equals null. Actually, no, we can just have level up sprites equals Rumple level master script dot instance dot get level up sprites. Okay, so we've now got hold of these sprites, but we only have one of these image SRs. So what we kind of want to do is whatever the images are, because bear in mind there's going to be quite a few things that we're going to want to create at different times. We want to make sure that, like, you can get all of the that we can just duplicate this and then put it into different sizes. So don't worry, I've got a plan. I've just got to work out exactly how we're going to do this. So for open brackets int I equals 0, I less than level up sprites dot length -1. And we'll have we want sprite renderers. We're going to create an array of sprite renderers as well. Level up SRs equals new sprite renderer. Level up sprites dot length. Okay. Now, yeah, we will run into problems at some point, but I kind of want to have level up SRs 0 equals image SR. I think that's all we need to do. So I equals 1, I less than there. Level up SRs I equals instantiate image SR dot game object dot get component. I've never really done this before, but I can't see any reason why this won't work. So what we're actually doing at runtime, we're creating a group of sprite renderers, and we're literally physically just cloning this image SR. And we're going to say, and we kind of want a way of making sure that all the sprites are sort of evenly spread out. So, so I'm going to, yeah, this will require quite a bit of like trial and error here. But let's see. Okay. And dot sprite equals level up sprites 0. The reason it's looking a little awkward is because we've already got an empty game object that we're kind of relying on, so we're creating as many as we need. And then this is essentially assigning an image, but at the moment they're all going to be exactly on top of each other. So let's just, I'm going to do the maths incredibly basic here. It's going to be minus yeah, okay. So yeah, this I might get the distribution wrong, but I'd way rather yeah, I'd way rather kind of like get it wrong and then we can get it right. So okay. Level up SRs 0 dot get component transform. Yeah, like I say, it's better to make it ugly and then make a cleaner version later, because there is nothing clean about what I'm doing here. Right, get component. So we're getting hold of the transform, and it's going to be dot local position equals new vector 3 minus level up sprites dot length comma that's going to be 0.0f always. Yeah, okay. Alright, stick with me here. This will make sense eventually. Control V. Level up SR. 0 colour equals clear. Plus I times 2. Point naught f, let's just make that slightly easier on ourselves. So hopefully it's going to start on the left and then just kind of create, yeah, that should be fine. And obviously there's so much tweaking that we need to do, but I'd rather kind of like have that as my opening gambit. And then how do we fade it? At what point are we fading? So what we should do here is have four actually we don't even need that, we can do it in the same for loop, I think. But here it's going to be level up SR's I, and here it's going to be level up SR's 0. Like I say, very ugly so far, but once it's actually in place, you'll be like, oh, I see, he's been working away for ages. But hopefully there'll be actually a sort of very vague, quite nice reward as a result. We also want to make sure that when we're fading it away, yeah, that should be fine. And at this point here, we actually just want to fade them away. So, oh, we don't need all of this, but we may as well copy and paste and just get rid of the bits that we don't need. So let me just put a little green that out. And here is where I just double check that I am affecting the correct one. Yeah, that is the right one. The worst thing is when you've been in a function for ages that's similar to another function and you've just changed changed something integral to something else, but that is not the case here, so it's fine. So we just need to go like that, and that should just fade them all away, and that one we want as clear. Okay, all right, and now one other, I'm just going to do a little safety check. So I'm actually going to return Control C. Control V. So the reason I've done that, oh, we don't even need the break, do we? Yeah. The reason I've done that is so if we're looking to level up again, it will default by giving us these sprite cans. So in essence, this is a completely pointless statement, but yeah. Right, okay. So let's see if we've got any error messages. Oh, really? Did I save it? I just done a lot of weird stuff going. There's been a lot of weird stuff going on. Right, that looks fine then. Okay. I think we're ready to give it a shot. The sprites are going to be way not where we want them to be. But that's okay. We just want to know roughly, oh gosh, error message straight off the bat, what's going on. Let me actually stop and then play again and find out if that's an error message that's always going to come up. Yes, it is. I want to kind of, I'd rather get head on with that. I don't know what that's in reference to, because it's still allowing us to continue. I'm going to worry about that another time. I want to see if this level up thing works. So, upgrade. That's the 100 that it's cost. Ah, okay. All right, not bad. Not bad. We're obviously missing a sprite, and but let's have a look as to how many we've actually made. Oh, hang on a sec. Where's all the others? Oh, okay. All right. I see the problem. So for some reason we've only got 4 here. I don't really know why. But anyway, that's not the end of the world at all. All we need to do is we just need to make them children of this destiny box, and we need to work out. No, in theory this should work. Yeah. Anyway, we need to work out why they're not. Oh, hold on. Also, did the text come up? Reward text. So the text hasn't arrived. Okay. So why did the text not come up? And we've got to make them children, but that's okay. This is a very big technical thing that we're trying to do here. So I'm kind of okay with that. Oh, I think that didn't need to be -1. That didn't need to be -1 there. That's fine. That's easily fixed. And I'm not sure if I'm super keen on. What if I just did that? Okay. But why did the text not come up? Let's go to this. Oh, I know why. And what we want is just a Control-C. So it did actually work, but it gave us that instead. So by default, we'll give it that. So that should be okay. So let's give that another shot. But what we're going to do as well is on the master, Rumple level 1. Let's give this a try. Yeah. Okay. So it's 50 to upgrade. You press it. There's the 50. This comes up. And this comes perfectly aligned. There is no problem whatsoever here. Okay. So what we probably need to do, we need to work out. I was hoping it was going to be at least symmetrical, but I think I've just done the maths slightly wrong. So that is -5, and that is +3. So if we added 1 to each, then I think that's okay. So let's just say, oh yeah, did we not? We didn't make him children of the thing as well. But let's just say all of this was here-ish. Then, oh yeah, of course. I still haven't dealt with this thing. Okay, never mind. We'll get there. I forgot to do the whole parent thing. We didn't do everything in one go, is what I'm getting at. So when we're actually instantiating it, we also want to base trans. Nice. Okay. And this image SR, do we actually need it for any other part? So what we could do, this image SR, we can actually hopefully, I don't think we need any of this. We're just using that image SR as a guide, and we can just go destroy. Oh yeah, image sr.gameObject. So that's just destroying it. I don't think. So it's minus that. I think, is it just +1 then? +1. I'm not super happy with that, but if that works, I guess that's okay. And yeah, okay. So one thing which I'm probably going to do, on my, yeah, because I still need to worry about saving and loading as well. So at this precise moment, we don't have that thing, but that's because we haven't leveled up to that point. That looks better, doesn't it? So that sort of evenly distributes the images. So what's going to happen every time you level up? It's going to kind of bring these. It's going to kind of show whatever images you need. So what I kind of want as well is Yeah, so it's not great. It's not great, I know. I'm aware of that, but that's kind of okay. That's all right. So what we can do now is just simply make it so this text fits inside. So what we really need to do is there going to be an easy way of me working out how many letters there are? So if I was to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so how many is in there? Because that's about how much you want. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 40. 40. Okay. Why did I count up to 40? And why have we still got this error message? We'll worry about the error message later. Where we're getting the level info, we're actually going to do a little. We're going to go master script.instance dot get string convert string. No. Okay, I've got a script here which basically gives you line breaks when you need them, but I can't remember what it's called. So this is the master script. Fix description text. No, fix string line length. That's it. That's all we need. Yeah. Master.instance dot fix string line lengths. Oh, dealing with breaks. Oh no, we don't need that. That's fine. Why is that? What's wrong with that? Oh yes, the actual line length as well. So that's going to be, we decided 40, didn't we? So this is a function that I made ages ago. Like that was a really fun function to make. I'll show you what it roughly does. If you go to this definition, like even though this is looking really complicated, it's essentially making sure that when you're, if you want a, like each line in a text, like, you know, in a conversation or anything, to be say 40 characters or 40 letters long, and then it goes to another line break, this is what this function deals with. It took me a long time. It took me an embarrassingly long time to work this out. But then I came up with another problem, which was actually that doesn't look quite. It's not as ugly. So this is fixing a line length when there's already line breaks within it, and like that. This one really did. This, even though again doesn't look that complicated. In fact, it looks remarkably similar. But trust me, they look exactly the same. Anyway, yeah. So anyway, hopefully now we'll have the text in place, and everything will look good. Let's go find out. Okay, so right, so you can now use boost cans to give you a head start, and right, fantastic. So now we've got one more fun thing to do, and that is we are going to because now what that first level would have done was unlock that little button that we've made so that you can then click on it, because at the moment there's no button here. So what we want to do as well is if we go onto here, Rumple level master script, I'm going to go Control MO. Create level. So this is the whole level up script, right? What's happening first? We're putting that blocker on so we can't click anything else. We're then taking off the number of Rumple tokens. We're then leveling up. We're then essentially checking to see if the Rumple token counter does exist, in which case, I mean, it should always exist, but I just kind of wanted to try the whole try and catch thing because I've never done it before. So that's just me kind of experimenting with new stuff that, well, I say new stuff. I mean, the whole try and catch thing has been around for longer than I've been alive, but I've never actually bothered to understand what it means. But now, after a bit of a YouTube tutorial, I do understand it. It's essentially saying, check to see if this exists. Because if it doesn't, then normally you just get an error message. Whereas now, it will just essentially do this instead. Hopefully we'll get a debug link. But that's what I'm going to... In fact, that's another thing that I'm going to try as well. I want to actually intentionally delete this Rumple token counter before I click it to see if it just brings up that debug. Anyway, so provided it's not equal to null, it's updating. Then we're creating the level box info. Then we're unsummoning. And then here we want a new function which will be... public void perform hold on, because this is going to be the function which is going to create the button afterwards, and I've just got to think of a good name for it. I can't really say perform level up action because that's what we're doing already. Create relevant level up thing. Yeah, that'll do. Create level up thing. All right, because that's not always, we're not always going to necessarily need it. Like, for example, if you unlock something new in the shop, then there's nothing that needs to be updated. Whereas if you upgrade the actual concept of having a shop, upgrade your town so that you now have a shop now, we do want to create that. So it's just so I'm just kind of talking out loud here. But so we're going to have private I enumerator, create level up thing routine, start coroutine, create level up routine thing, internal busy equals true if I can spell it correctly, internal busy equals false, switch I've forgotten what I've actually called the main thing. Rumple level, switch rumple level, case 2 break. And now here is where I'm going to do something a little bit sneaky, but I'm kind of okay with it. I'm okay with it. If we go onto here and we have title master and edit this, and we go boost button, I want to copy this, Control C. I'm going to just chuck that in there. That's going to give me an error message. Oh no, maybe it's not. But we're going to do more than that. We're not just going to say, by the way, get hold of this random game object that exists. And that's all we're doing. We're actually going to have a use for it as well. So let's find all references over here. We literally just want to copy this. Chuck it in here. But this obviously boost button doesn't exist because we're looking at the wrong thing. So Control X. Control V. So, yeah. I think that's all we need. So now we're going to go here, create level up thing, and then while internal busy yield return null, Okay, right. I think we've done all the things. Let's grab some water. So we're currently on level 1, so we don't have this button. Now, if I upgrade this, you can now use boost cans to give you a head start. And then that arrives, and then we've got that. Okay, yeah, let's go. Okay, fantastic. Right, now I've got to work out how exactly this button is going to work. Because what we want to happen is you press this button, and then you're going to give it, you're going to sort of see your inventory of boosts that are available. And then if you press the one that you want, then it will just kind of like, I want a whole extra sprite to kind of like, a whole can sprite to just go on top there. So it will no longer say empty, because it's going to be, the can is going to be in front of it. So you'll know that when you play the game, it's going to use your boost. Right, cool. Right, fantastic. And what we could do as well, no, I won't do that. Right, so now if we were to level up again, I just want to just check that like nothing will happen this time. So yeah, it still says that, but nothing's being created there. It's not as though we're only creating it that once because we've leveled up. Okay, right, so I need to work out what the next move is. Yeah, this has been a really good stream actually. Properly. I've got a lot of difficult, really technical things done that have been sort of, when you actually just think, how am I going to do this? And I feel like the best way is to actually just get cracking with it. So what I could do, I'm trying to think like how I want to create the menu, because it could be you press it and then like a sort of, it turns into a menu or something. I don't know. That's gonna be haunting me forever, by the way. Oh, it's on the mover script. So what's the problem? Okay, I'll worry about that later. So I think what we can do is, okay, I've got an idea. All right, I quite like the idea that you press it and like, obviously it's going to look better than this. This isn't my carbon copy. I'm not gonna live. But it's going to kind of go. Yeah, and it's going to kind of extend like that. And obviously kind of get rid of this. So okay, all right. Okay, I got a plan. So. Yeah, okay. Like, it's just the problem is with a lot of things, you need to kind of you need to get this far to then work out where are we going next. So we've got that vending machine. We'll come back to that. That's going to be for another time. Boost button. That's right. Okay. Now, straight off the bat, what we probably need to do is okay, yeah, got it. Right, so this should still not be too much of a problem. I'm going to do something which is going to seem quite sacrilege. We're going to go boom. All right, we are just trimming everything here. So sprite size, the width is actually 160, so it's kind of a perfect width as well. So what's going to happen now is so the button goes down, and I kind of want to fade this into... I want to kind of fade this into just a pure solid blue. Which yeah, haven't really. Yeah, we're going to fade it into a pure solid blue, and then I can use a particular method where you actually you can stretch it out. Is that going to work? Yeah. Okay. I think we go with it. We see where we sort of go with this. So I'm going to press Alt N, and then I've got to work out a good way of kind of like fading everything away slightly. So G. Right, what's the best way? I kind of want it to just kind of like fade into just purely solidly this colour, and I want to work out a nice way of doing that. Hold on. Sorry. Right. So we're on here. Do I really want to put this much effort into it? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it won't look super amazing, but we're gonna. So dun. Okay, we're just gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. And 5. Alt N. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, because we're just gonna kind of like, it's not gonna look great, but it's gonna be fine. Yeah, because sometimes you just kind of have this idea of how you want it to look, and I was like, yeah, we can kind of do a little animation like this. Okay, and that looks okay. Right. So empty goes into like that, and then it's going to stretch itself out. That looks good. Okay, Control S, and then we'll go Control Shift S, save it as a PNG. Yes, we want to overwrite, and so we might have to make a few little changes, but it shouldn't be too difficult. Right, so where are we up to? So we can get rid of that for the time being. We want... Oh, I've closed the folder. Let's go back into here. I think I saved it in buttons, title, this one here. We're actually going to just change the buttons around on here, but it should still be fine. So where we've got sprites, title, boost can. So we're actually going to have a whole new. We're going to have a whole new folder, which is going to be create folder button press and stretch, I guess. And we can get rid of these because it's quite ugly. Hold on, let's see if I can show. Yeah, because we don't need this empty space either side, and that's only adding confusion. I might need to alter a few things, but that's okay. This is worth it. So we're just going to get rid of these. like I say, you've got to make something rubbish and then you've got to make a better version of it. So these are just the normal button up sprites. These are the button press sprites. So it's just these, but the button press and stretch are the same buttons again, the same sprites again, but just where it sort of fades it out as well. Oh. Huh. You know what? Why am I making this as complicated as it needs to be? It doesn't. I think I can just get away with... So it's going to make the summon time a bit faster. Yeah. Okay. So now we just need to change... I've just got to remember what I set it to. Did I set it to 128 or 64? Let's find out. 64. So hopefully we still got access to all of these. 64 point filter and none and apply. So it shouldn't matter, like, because we've just got access to this location, so it will just find out whatever's there. Let's find out. And I just want to have a quick look at this. Does this? Yeah, that's what we're after. That's good. Okay, let's just see if all of that's worked. It's probably going to be slightly misaligned, and maybe the hitbox isn't going to be quite the right shape. But let's find out what happens. So we're currently on level 1, so I need to level up to get hold of this. So let's go level up. Let's find out. Let's find out if this has messed everything up. So yay, we got boost cans. So now this is gonna far too big, far too big. Right. Okay. I think I made it. Maybe they need to be 256. Apply. Far too big. Let's have a look. We also want to check that the hitbox is actually still relevant. It's not bad, but we probably do need to have a little tweak. Oh, I see the problem. I see the problem. Because when I trimmed, it also got rid of part of the height. It kind of changed a few things. So what we need to do is... Did anyone ever play Disgaea? Or Disgaea? I don't know how to actually say it. It's just... There's a game called Disgaea, which is... If ever you wanted a game where there was a lot of content in, like, it was absolutely... It's absolutely insane what you can do. And this doesn't make an awful lot of sense, but you can go into an item that you have, like a sword or a healing potion, and you then have a massive battle within that item, and you can upgrade the item throughout. And it's like, I was thinking, that doesn't make any sense at all, but it doesn't need to make any sense. Right, anyway, that's what I'm doing now, sorry. That's how it's relevant to what I was talking about. So... we're going to go into our boost button go, and we just want to change the hitbox slightly. So what if that's 0? Yeah, okay, everything's worked out way better. We just need to make the actual, when it summons, for it to go a little bit lower down. So edit script. So is that, I think that's just might be -1.0f. Wouldn't that be really nice and clean? So let's just see if that fits, and then we're going to work and essentially beating around the bush. We've got the difficult part left. So let's just see if that all goes in place, and then we're going to work out. So, if I'm honest, whenever I'm game developing, I often have a bit of a structured plan as to how I'm going to do it. But the whole concept of levelling up the town has got me confused. Like I've been really sort of had to really stretch my brain out to actually work out how we're going to do it. So instead of me putting too much thought into it, I thought this episode is where we just try and work out ideas, try and get it to work. So anyway, right, that looks all right, doesn't it? Okay, so now what we are going to do is let's have a think. So now that we've done this, we need to have a look at. So so yeah, this will be a little bit tricky. Right, that's going to haunt me forever. Oh, hang on a sec. Is it something as simple as... I'm just going to go 500 there. Anyway, right, sorry. That was me trying to... we're trying to work out why that error message is coming about, but I don't care about that for the time being. Right, so... what's going to happen when you press the button? So first of all, we've got to add all the things. So using Unity engine.event systems, and then we're going to have comma I pointer click handler, and then public void on pointer click PED point event data PED. Okay, so if not busy, let's just have a little debug dot log, just saying yay. Right, just to know that we've actually pressed it. But now we're actually going to work out exactly how we're going to do this. So, what, like, yes, the reason that I'm sort of pondering, that I'm sort of thinking things through a little bit is so what I kind of want to have here is, we're going to leave a bit of space. What we want is in like the information as to how many boost cans we have. So there's a good chance that you can press it and you just don't have any. So I need to have a sort of contingency for how to actually deal with it. And I'm slightly reluctant to have like public int mild colas, because I don't want to have a separate integer for that. I feel it should be an array, but we've got to make a sort of slightly defining process of how many of each colas we can have. We can. I think you'll be allowed to have no more than 9 of each cola. I mean, not each cola, each boost. But I don't want to have separate integers for each, so it should probably be an array. Okay, all right. I think we're going to stick with public int boost can ints, and that will be a thing there, because I want this to I think I probably in total, I'm going to say 10, but I want to say have no. Let's for the time being, because we've only actually drawn 5 boost cans. We'll say it's going to be a size of 5, and like when I actually come to saving and loading, we're not going to keep it in here. But I'm just going to have boost can ints equals new int, and it's going to be 3 0 0 0 0. All right. This is a public int. This is fine. Okay. So so what we need to do first, like it's like I've got so many things that I'm trying to work out in my brain that so what we're going to go for first, right, is sprites. Title, so boosts. So specifically this one, I want to have sprite editor. We're going to have this over here, this over here, this down here, and this here. Why am I doing this? The reason being is because this, when we actually stretch it out, it will still keep the corners. It won't just look warped. It will actually open up quite nicely, ideally. And I'm just going to go apply there, and then we can close this. And yeah, okay. And we might have to make some more changes as well, but we'll worry about that later. In fact, we will have to make more changes later, but worry about that later. Okay, so let's go back to boost. So when we actually do it, we're going to have public bool in boost menu. Public, so it's if not busy and not in boost menu. Okay, public void open boost menu. Okay. Now, we'll have busy equals, oh no, open boost menu, and then this will be private IEnumerator open boost menu routine. Start coroutine open boost menu routine. Busy equals true, busy equals false. Now, float target x scale equals 1.0, F sure. For int I equals 0, I less than rumple level master script dot instance dot boost can ints dot length, because the idea is you don't want to be able to see the boosts that you have 0 of, so it's only going to open up as big as however many boost cans you have. So so we're going to kind of like go whoom and then sort of create them. Okay, right. So if this particular array here, Control C, Control V, I is greater than 0, then target X scale, I'm going to say plus equals 1.0f. I know you could just do plus plus there, but I'm going to do that intentionally because there's a good chance we need to alter that. Okay, now float current X scale equals, and we want to get access to our button SR dot size dot X. Okay. And then while current X scale is less than target X scale, current X scale plus equals time dot delta time. I can make a I can make this go faster. Yield return null, and then we want to have our button SR dot size equals new vector 2 current X scale comma 1.0f. So it's essentially just widening as the time. This is obviously, like, actually I'm just going to go say times by 3, just because that's going to be far too slow, and I know that's far too slow. So that'll move up. Now the problem that we've got is it's going to kind of just, I want it to kind of go specifically that way, whereas it's going to kind of go all the way. So that's what I'm going to deal with in a sec. But let's see how far we are at this point. And I think that's all we need to worry about for the time being. We're obviously going to put more things in, but yeah. Okay, and then we just kind of want to have button Control C, Control V. That's going to be target X scale. Target X scale. Why have I done all of this? Oh, we haven't even done the thing yet. We haven't even animated it. Okay, that's fine. That's easily done. We just need to, upon summon, we just need to borrow this. We just need to borrow this. Control C. Put this at the top here. Although this one we need to play forward. Play forward once. Okay. Right, let's see where we're at. And yeah, let's see what this looks like. And I think I have an idea as to where I need to go next with this. But that's okay. Right. Okay, so we don't have it yet, so we're upgrading. I just want to have a look at the animation as it creates as well. Yeah, that's fine, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Right, so this will actually go wide, right? Whereas we want it to go from right to left. But let's see what this looks like. Yay! Okay, right. I forgot to actually get it to activate the thing. So let's just start on level 2 to save us a bit of time in the future. Yeah, we've just got it saying debug dot yeah, right. Open boost menu, and what we're going to have over here, we're going to have I had a boolean to indicate that it has been opened in boost menu. That's what we called it. In boost menu equals true. So we haven't really worked out a way of making it false yet, but that's just making sure that we can't click on it again So let's give this another try. And I have a feeling I need to set an alignment to the right. So if we do this now, it will just go, but hopefully that's still looking okay. Oh. I think I know the problem. So what we need to do is in our prefab, which we have somewhere, title, that's not that. In our prefabs, title boost button, we actually need this to be, I think, sliced. So, oh, I see, that's interesting. So let me just experiment. Oh no, that should still be fine. So it won't go quite as big as we need. So it's probably 1.6 that we need to worry about. So that's why, you know, when I was saying I didn't want to do ++, because I think the size needs to be, it needs to be 1.6 each time. But let's find out. Let's find out what's going down. Let's find out what happens. Okay, well that's something. That's actually not quite as bad as it looks like it should be. Okay. Gosh darn it. Right. So what we need to do is we actually need to record this height and this width. So that should still be fine. So where are we? So target scale equals 1.6. And every time we've got 1 here, we actually need 4.08, I think is what we decided, 0.08 F. I mean, in fact, let's be sensible about this. We're going to have float starting X equals boost S. Oh, button SR equals button SR dot size dot X, and kind of like to have starting X equals that, starting Y equals that. Okay, target scale starts with, let's actually have starting X. Here we're going to plus equal starting X. At this point here we're going to have starting Y and starting Y. Okay, right. Let's see if this looks okay, and then we're going to worry about kind of making it look better in a bit. Oh no, we got another problem. Sorry. Here we actually want the final one to be button press sprites. Button press sprites dot length -1. Okay, right. Okay, I think we're kind of on our way, but this might still not work because that work that I've just done might. Anyway, we'll find out. We'll find out. Right. So, let's see. That's not terrible. It's not terrible. I'll have to have another look at that to see if it did do, because that almost did the things that we want, but it feels like it sort of clunked a bit bigger. I think I know the problem. Got to work out a nice easy way of doing this. So I'm going to click this, and then, so if I press Control Shift P, it keeps me paused so I can sort of tick forward one frame by frame. I've just got to press it quick enough. Okay, that's fine. That's exactly what I was after. Right, so we've paused it. And now I can just kind of click forward and work out exactly what's happening over here. So one, so it gets to there. Oh, and it goes instantly to that size. Okay. Why does it do that? I think I know why. And currently it is that height. But hypothetically, if it was any of the others, yeah. Okay. So I think I know how to fix this. I'm just trying to work out the quickest way, because I think what I'll need to do is that little change that I made to this specific sprite, I might need to make to all the other sprites. But I'm like, hopefully it won't be quite as much, it won't take as long. And it will look a little weird as we do it, but I think we're okay. Let's just go on the adventure. Let's see if I can come up with a quicker way of doing this. So sprites, title, this one here. Because yes, okay, because in an ideal world, if I go advanced, is there an easy way? Because the thing is, what I want to do is highlight all of these and then just do a generic sprite thing for all of them, but I don't think that's going to be quite as easy as I thought. Okay. So let's try another couple of little things. So we've got this thing, yeah. So when we actually change this one to over here, I want to kind of see it in real times. Yeah, it doesn't quite match up the way that it really should do. How do I fix that? Oh, right, okay. I think this will be a little bit of fun trying to fix, but I think the main problem is what we want it to be is size, like the local scale as 1, whereas at the moment it's actually like 0.3 or something. So provided we can get, so that's, yeah, 0.3. Let's just change that to 1 and then change the size of everything accordingly. Right, yes, okay, we're on it. We're getting there. Okay, so we're going to go on to prefabs and boost button. Yeah, what is it doing at this? Right, so this is going to make it bigger, and it will mean we'll have to make some more adjustments, but all of this is fine. All of this is fine. So now, hypothetically, now that we've literally just changed that one little element there, okay, so if we were to press it, that is actually what we're going for. Right, it's just obviously far too big. So I think we need to half the size. And because I think half the size might be perfect. So let's go over to here. So what... this is saying 256. So if that was... Does it need to be 512? I think it does. Let's try that. And let's see where we're at. 512's... Oh, apply it. I meant to press apply. I didn't actually need to stop the game. I could have done it at runtime, but I didn't think. Right, so is that going to be... it's still far too big. It's too big. Is it because... I think it's because this is... If this was simple... Okay. All right. No, this is a good fun problem to have. So it's nothing to do with this. Let's go turn this back. This could be 128. Doesn't matter. 128. Enter. And apply. In theory, it might not make a difference. Yeah, it gets a bit confusing when you're dealing with sliced stuff. Okay, so that should still not be a problem. So that's 1.6. So it's all about changing this, I think. So provided we can change this to make it slightly more reasonable. So what if that was 1? Whatever I do to one, I should do to the other. So let's just say divide by 2. Divide by 2 and divide by 2. That's almost right. And okay, yeah, it's still kind of okay. Right. Yeah, I mean, that's actually, surprisingly enough, that's very close to what we're going for. Right, but I tell you what I'll do is I probably will have to call it here just because I'm absolutely exhausted. And like, I think I've done something very important today. I've made a really good start on a, on what I knew was going to be difficult, but I thought, like, I've actually made a good start. I think this is going to keep us busy for a good month, like, to get all this fixed. I mean, it might be quicker, like, because if I make as much progress as I have this one in the next stream, then it's going to be a lot quicker than a month. But it's just when I think of all the little things that we need to do, it will take a little while. Anyway, this has been an awful lot of fun. Thank you very much for sticking around. I'll have a little look, see who I can raid. At the moment, I tell you what, I can't see. Yeah, I'd normally raid another developer, but at the moment I can't see anyone, so I'll probably just end it here. All right, rock and roll. All right, thanks for sticking around, and I'll see you guys later.